We are, at this point in time, going to begin with the programming for the first day of activities of FIEC Summit 2023, done by the Federation of Industries of the state of Ceará and the National Confederation of Industry. The subject is green hydrogen. Ladies and gentlemen, this event brings together national and international specialists, researchers, and representatives of the public and private sector, so we can discuss the potential of green hydrogen, the ways we can make its implementation viable in this country and the world. And in that way, we can debate relevant themes which have an impact on new businesses. This will be done through presentations, panels, and discussions of global success cases, as well as expos for research projects, as well as performing business meetings with a focus on the acceleration of the installment of the new chain of production of green hydrogen. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we would like to greet everyone, and we ask you kindly to keep your cell phones in silent mode so that we may make the most of the wealth of knowledge which will be shared during these 2 days. We'll now start the first panel of our program in this technical auditorium, which will have as its subject matter SEMASI, environmental licensing process from green hydrogen plants in Ceará. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to inform you, so that we may continue with our program, that the headset, the yellow one, is available for English translation. The headset used, which is blue, is for Portuguese translation. So, feel free to once again feel welcome to our event. So, I believe that we may continue. So, let's know about the first presentation for this technical auditorium, which has a subject matter SEMASI, environmental licensing process for green hydrogen plants in the state of Ceará. I would like to ask for the State Superintendent of the Environment speak about the subject matter. I would like to ask Mr. Carlos Alberto Mendes Jr. Good afternoon, everybody. It's great to be here speaking to you all, sharing a bit of this experience, green hydrogen, what we've been doing during these past few years. I would like to welcome all of you. I would like to ask the organization to put up my presentation. Go ahead, please. And I would also, since we are having this presentation, I'd like to thank for the technical workers of SEMASI, which are here as well in this event. Thank you. A very well-deserved round of applause. And as such, I was asked to speak a bit about the whole licensing process for green hydrogen plants, what we've been doing lately, these past 2-3 years, what we've been doing, what we've been working on. So please continue with the slides. Is there anything here? Okay, great. They told me that our methodology presentation would be, I would have the presentation. At the end, we will be open to questions. Okay, so let's get started. I will have to point to, what's this? What do I need to point towards? When I click, it's not working. The device is not working. It appears that the device is not set up. So let's wait while this gets sorted out. So, come on out. All right. So let's see if it works now. All right. So everybody, state was set up, and it's been a state that, well, we had the chance to be the first state to set up a resolution that would deal with, well, the first state in Brazil that deals with green hydrogen. We had a benchmarking, so we could work on the resolution. We traveled to a few countries. We went to Spain, we went to Holland to understand what would be the right model for licensing. So we were surprised because in other countries we didn't have that many reference points. It's an interesting characteristic of green hydrogen is that everybody's sort of learning together at the same time. So with this benchmarking process we were in Spain, and they were setting up a green hydrogen plant specifically for green ammonia production. And over there, they also, without any standard, any guideline, would define the criteria. So what our ideas was to, well, as we were working on this, already established the criteria, licensing for methodologies, procedures, established a resolution so that we could, as the entrepreneurs, well, a good amount of them, international entrepreneurs would arrive and set out, they would already have a guideline to follow. And so we submitted to the Environmental Council a minutiae, a summary that would approve the resolution 03 for 2022. So, what do I point towards so that this activates? It's not working. Maybe if you want to do it for me, please, I just let you know. I will request our friends at the technical part to help me out here. So this interesting part of this resolution is we passed this minutiae to the State Council of the Environment, and it was discussed by all entities that were part of the COEMA. There are 39 institutions. There was a technical group formed, a work group formed, that sort of improved our resolution minutiae that was approved by SEMAS. So a few months passed with participation from FIEC, from the Economical Development Secretariat, Public Ministry, State Public Ministry, Academia. All these entities, they could contribute and make não está chegando, pessoal. Não. I learned last week that the state of Piauí also managed to approve a resolution. If you could maybe pass to the next slide, please. Could you do that for me, please? Next slide of the presentation. If you can't, I'll just keep going with my own. The thing is, you won't be able to see the slide, and that's not interesting for you, I suppose. Next slide. There we go. Thank you. So, that back one, please. You skipped one. You please go back. Yes, great. So, what does the resolution establish? Tri-phase licensing, so the prior license, installment license, and the operational license. In this state, it's common for us to have several types of licensing. Is the single type of environmental licensing. So now there's an issue with the sound. We can't hear. We cannot hear. It's going to work out. It'll be fine. Whatever happens, we'll figure it out. It's fine. well, I cannot hear the sound in the auditorium, and we cannot hear in the translation booth as well. So we'll wait a little bit. We're back. Hello, we're back. All right, great. Great. We're back. All right, so you can continue, please. Next slide. Great. So this resolution establishes as well that the impact is a regional impact. What does this mean? That the competence for the licensing of this activity is of SEMASI, so it's of the state entity. Now, the State Council of the Environment, they have the prerogative, which is given by federal law, complementary law 140, where the state councils can define what is local impact, what is regional impact. Here in the state of Ceará, it was defined as a regional impact, so the licensing is relevant to SEMASIS. So they established this criteria for the definition of their sites, the strength of the electrolyzer, which is a megawatt power, potency, and the production in ton per year. So when you submitted the minutiae, it was a bit different from this. We only had per ton per year, because in our vision, in our view, we have a few days for the electrolyzer strength. It wasn't quite as relevant from an environmental impact point of view, but what was produced was, because as they produced tons per year, you'd had the possibility of having higher impact due to storage and transportation. So that was changed for this work group and the State Council of the Environment, and we also we sort of had to meet the needs, keeping both sizes being relevant. So what we have here is the electrolyzer strength. It's submitted to a simplified environmental report. It produces up to 640 tons per year of hydrogen, or if the strength of the electrolyzer is up to 5 megawatts. That characterizes the small potential, and the entrepreneur goes through a simplified environmental report, the RAS. So entrepreneurship starting from the middle size, middle size, and exceptional size. It goes through the EIA RIMA, goes up to 60,000 tons and more 600 watts. But you may ask, would it be safe for us to keep putting a new industry that we don't have a lot of knowledge about with RAS? We thought, yeah, it's necessary because, well, first off, these entrepreneurships are already in an industrial sector, is being studied a lot already. And number two, there is a possibility of having small industries as we have now. I don't know if a lot of folks know, we have a green hydrogen plant working here in the state of Ceará in the industrial complex of the ADP. It's an access from the thermoelectric plant where they have a solar energy farm which provides for production. So you can imagine that a project like this, R&D project, would need a EIA RIMA for this. It doesn't make sense. So this was debated, it was defended in discussions on the COEMA, because a few institutions, I remember the public ministry actually, a state ministry, they want to have EIA RIMA for everything. And then you had a few representatives, entrepreneurship representatives, that wanted only EIA RIMA for the large size, and then we reached a middle ground to be able to have EIA RIMA for the middle size, meeting the needs of what we would imagine it to be more environmentally safe. Next slide, please. You skipped 2. So no matter the size of these entrepreneurships, it is demanded during the process a risk analysis study, because during our research, during our studies, the biggest challenge today for producing green hydrogen is storage and transportation. So transporting it in the form of ammonia, which is being seen as the most viable form of transportation for long distance transportation and exporting, is the model being used in the Pecém port by the state of Ceará. You have the possibility of transporting it in the form of ammonia, transforming the hydrogen into ammonia to transport it through the port. And then ammonia, it involves a few risks. So, well, we understand that no matter the size, we will need to have this risk analysis study, and it was proposed as well because Tomasi adopts as a procedure in all of its licensing processes that they have an EIA REMA public audience. So since we have the possibility of not asking for an EIA, RIMA, we are RIS instead, to guarantee the safety of the process from the point of view of listening to the community, we put into the resolution the possibility of having a technical meeting. We don't call it public audience, but sometimes we have a public audience with these meetings. They may be asked for by the government body itself, but in the affected communities. And then we also put up that it's not something that is commonly done for environmental entities. We put up deadlines for the emission of these licenses. The deadlines may be from 90 or 180 days, or for LP and LI. For LP actually, and LI is 90 days. So why two different deadlines? Well, if it's on RAS, if it's a simplified environmental report, 90 days. If it's our AIA REMA, it's 180 days. So you don't count on this deadline per body what we're expecting for the entrepreneurs, their environmental studies, any documentation that is missing. So we imposed this deadline. Next slide, please. Why do we put up a deadline? I brought up this chart here showing the last few years what we've improved in Samasi, because this is why we dared to put up a deadline, because in 2018, so you have an idea of this, the average time for emitting a license didn't go past 300 days. So now in 2022, we're emitting a license on average 73 days. So this was a significant win. There were several processes for 2018 till now. We passed on to technological solutions where we created a system. The processes used to be physical. We sent physical documentation. Yesterday, I was in a meeting and we were discussing a tech solution that would improve things, that to develop a system better than what we have today. And folks, they asked us, okay, how do we, our communication with SMBU? And it's a manual communication. It's an FTP communication. And you know, it's manual. You need a person doing it. He said, look, man, it's because you don't know what things used to be like. We used to send by mail these things. And sometimes we didn't even get them. It was more than a month to get an SMBU. So we do need to improve. That's clear. But we understand that there was a big leap forward. So on top of the system, we simplified the whole process. We created a self-declaring license. So now we managed to have this average time frame up to about 73 days on average. All right, our intent is to diminish that time frame even more. So the state of Ceará, as you heard today, I believe during the opening, we're counting on, well, the state government signed 33 MOUs, which are these understanding memos with a few companies, and I point out these 5 companies: the Peseng Industrial Complex, Fortescue, Casa dos Ventos, AES, and CARE. So these entrepreneurs, they already went through the licensing protocol for Samasi. Peseng is not a company that will be producing hydrogen. They perform the organization under the aspect of organizing the whole sector to work specifically on exporting through the port, but they have the hub licensing, which we signed today, the prior license on the opening. Every hub, which is a sector destined to the production of green hydrogen. What does this mean? That a company that comes in, they can go into the licensing stage for installation. So we're talking about a gain of around 7 months, 8 months, on the best case scenario, because it's a company that comes in, they will have to present laboratory EIA REMA, submit an analysis. It was a big win from the government to do this. Fortescue. Tomorrow afternoon, we will have the assessment, the appreciation for the state government of the environment. The Tamasi technicians, they already said that they're in favor of this. They already are showing themselves to be in favor. And the state council will assess these opinions, our perspectives, that tomorrow we will approve this and soon we will have the prior license from Fortescue. Casa dos Ventos, we already have a protocol study, AIA REMA, the other two companies, no. They went through the protocol process, we admitted the terms of reference, and we are waiting for the return of the environmental studies. Please, next slide. And then, well, what places Ceará at the forefront of green hydrogen? You can see the size of this event made by FIEC. I don't know if anybody had the chance of being here last year. It was a much smaller event at FIEC. This year, as you can see, it's big. So, first off, as was pointed by Secretary Salmito, it was a political decision of the former governor, Camilo, where he got together with academia, with FIEC, with the public entities, and he put this forward as a priority for the government, which would be to transform Ceará into the home of green hydrogen in Brazil, so that we could contribute to this decarbonization of the planet. Number two, our expertise and our pioneering with renewable energy. I put up this image of this farm at Mucuripe. It was not the first in Brazil. The first one in Brazil was on that Pernambuco island. What is his name again? Fernando de Noronha. That was Fernando de Noronha. But on an industrial scale, Ceará was one of the first. And then we managed to push forward. So Semasa, state government, we had a lot of expertise to license renewable energy. So this was one of the factors. And we are one of the national leaders for industrial production of wind energy. We have an air generator factory. We have a huge factory for wind blades in the Pasang. So, as you may not know, the biggest employer is Eris, which produces blades. So it's 7,000 employees in this company, and they export this to the whole world. So we have one of the best potentials for generating offshore wind energy and onshore still. We have 117 offshore jigs, and that's not to count the production of solar energy, which is huge, practically the whole state. The only limitation is the transmission of energy. So next slide, please. I'm running out of time here. As I told you, the plan was to have the possibility of this hub where we could license a whole area. And the interesting thing is that we had a meeting in the event center here, where from here we had this possibility. The state government at the time, with Governor Camilo, he put together several authorities and sectors, and they were discussing things. And I was on the table dealing with the licensing part of things. And we saw that, well, what will be our advantage here? For us to license as a sort of master plan, as you do when you divide condos, where you license the whole sector, and then, well, industrial districts, and then you license industries individually. So this was done. It came from a meeting that was done here, and we consider this as single entrepreneurship. If you analyze the impact, the cumulative impacts in the area, assess the whole area, and you can only win when it comes to environment. So what did we get with the license submitted here? There's 1,017 for the industry hectares. It's a free zone that is destined for industries. 45 hectares. I don't know if you can see these images. Here, ZP2, which is 1,100 hectares. This area here is the storage side of things, so the hydrogen. And on this red side here is the service corridor. So how will the government work with this? The service corridor is where we have logistics and infrastructure that is responsibility of the ZIP. This part of ZPE is the companies which will be setting up their facilities. And there is the possibility of a single storage zone. There's a single area for storage where one company can store for all the companies that will be present here. That is the model, but it is not decided yet because we need to agree upon the things where the companies jump all from Fortescue is here. All this Fortescue want a shared solution, or do they want an individual solution? That's the companies, so up to the companies. Well, the model proposed by the complex, by the government, this is how it is. And as I said, in this corridor we have 92 hectares, so it's pretty big. And just so you have an idea, there are already perspectives. We admitted the license we're emitting the license today, but we have the perspective of amplifying this area for 1,127 hectares. We have companies already, and there's no more placing. The whole area is taken up by the companies. So, of course, we need to have some added studies, more research, but this has not been defined yet. We are still analyzing things. So, next slide, please. Next slide, please. Please. Thank you. So, almost at the end here, the data that we license. This is data for licenses emitted for SMAS between 2021 and 23. Why did I pick this time frame? Because we realized that during these years, several entrepreneurships that we licensed, they were already directed. There was already a possibility of directing things towards the sale, commercialization for green hydrogen, because licensing is generally belong to the companies that wanted to be a part of raffles. So when we license, a large part of the entrepreneurships, they were already directed for green hydrogen. So we have 23 licenses for wind farms. So about 4 gigs of energy, 59 licenses for solar energy, for solar parks, solar farms, and this is what you're seeing is 25 gigs of licenses and being emitted. We're talking about prior licenses, both pieces of data. We have, in terms of installment data, I don't have this data, but I think that solar energy for installment license, we have about 5 gigs of licenses being emitted, but they are 25 gigs for entrepreneurship that is licensed with a real possibility for the commercialization of green hydrogen. So this is a reality. We're not talking about something that is very far away. We're talking about something that is concrete that will be happening soon. Next slide, please. I think that was it. Yeah, that was it. Well, thank you. I managed to get it done in time. Organization folks will let me know how we'll be working with questions, Q&A, if we'll have any. And I wanted to thank you. First off, I like to register this because it doesn't usually happen. My wife is here. I don't know if you see her. I don't know if she came because of me or because of the hydrogen, but well, thanks, guys. Thank you.
Come on, Celso. Okay, now we have our voice. That's what I was waiting for. Let me get rid of this over here. Did you enjoy it? Wonderful. Our thank you to our Superintendent of SEMASI, Carlos Alberto. If you have any questions, please raise your hand. We only have 5 to 10 minutes at most, so questions are limited. Raise your hand and we'll bring the microphone to you. Who's first? You? Okay. Let's see. Let me bring you the microphone. It's like a game show, but it'll work. Good afternoon. Wonderful presentation. Newton Pimenta. I would like to know if you have a risk analysis manual to guide entrepreneurs in the risk analysis of the development. Well, that's a great question. We're working to issue a regulation, a normative instruction or ordinance, where we are able to both make reference terms and risk analysis. Today, each process is analyzed individually. So the technician analyzes the process and does a reference term. Our perspective is to do something that is standardized, which it is not today. Good afternoon. I'd like to know what the main environmental impacts are with this new energy source, and more or less what the measures are to mitigate these possible impacts. You're probably from the environmental sector, right? But it's a very interesting question. What did we do? Now in this previous licensing of the hub, the impacts are practically the same regarding any industrial plant. You have impacts on fauna, on rational deforestation, because production of hydrogen in itself, it's a technology that has been used for a long time. And we actually have here in Ceará, I think in Margarinas, they already do it. So it's not a new technology. What we have today that is new is warehousing and transport. So that's our greatest difficulty, and that's what people are still learning. In this step of previous licensing, what we did was we analyzed the impacts in general, and then in the installation licensing, together with the risk analysis, what we did, I've seen, for example, the possibility of transporting hydrogen through methanol. So each technology that is adopted by the companies will have a specific analysis because we know the risk involved in terms of explosions, which is very low, but it still exists, leakage, which can also contaminate the soil. So these impacts, they are all evaluated according to the technology used by each industry and what is presented by each initiative. Good afternoon, Carlos. My name is Fabiola. I'm a lawyer. I act in renewable energy for more than 10 years. I also work with wind farms. You've probably seen that after the blackout, we had some restrictions for the northeastern region, especially from uh, where I was made aware by the director of the farm that the generators were halted. ANS provided a regulation to guide us, but we know that there is no green hydrogen without wind energy and photovoltaic energy. And we have a bottleneck in the entire country, and we have to think about the outflow. I'm very worried because I was in Brasilia 2 weeks ago and I was addressing exactly this issue. Minister Alexandre is now in Venezuela, but wouldn't it be considered unlawful to invest in Venezuela to feed Roraima instead of bringing Roraima inside what we already have and instead of investing in the gas pipe in the south of the country? Ceará produces what our responsibility is to produce energy, and the national operator is the one who is going to manage. So we have data from ONS itself that one day prior we were outflowing more energy than on the day where the blackout happened. I can't really address the investment aspect of it, but I can say that in fact today transmission, not only in Ceará but in Brazil, transmission lines are our greatest bottleneck. We have a possibility of it's something that's being studied by some companies of having our own park, our own farm, because but that has a limited aspect because we don't have a lot of areas next to the port to do this. But yeah, it is a deficiency. What I imagine is that the governor El Manu, he knows this and he is on top of the issue. And something else that he is really looking at is transmission. If we didn't have Tucuruvi, we wouldn't have a outflow capacity. Besing Port now with the thermoelectric that is being built, it will have reached its maximum capacity for outpour. So in fact, that is a difficulty that we're facing, but I imagine that the government is working on that because the federal government has already announced some transmission line bids. So not to mention, I don't want to go into those investment aspects, but without a substation and without transmission lines, we have no way of transmitting this energy forward. Carlos Alberto, last question. Allow me to tell you all the questions that you have as of now for the next panels. Please bring your cell phones forward and take a photo of this QR code. This is the system that we're going to use to make the questions from now on. Last question. CTTR for the preparation of the EA HEMA of green hydrogen production? Yes, we do. We have them. What we don't have is a standardized term of reference, and that's what we're working towards. And the company, when they file their investment decision, they will be able to initiate the preparation of their EA-HEMA and the environmental studies. So they'll be gaining time. But our initiative is not yet ready. I'm trying to get it done this year. We're trying to prepare an ordinance to standardize that. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause to Carlos Alberto. Thank you so much for your presentation. It was a pleasure to have you here. Ladies and gentlemen, immediately we are going to move on forward to our second panel of this afternoon, and the theme will be the energy management system for green hydrogen. And therefore, it is our pleasure I believe we can move forward. While we do our changes here, I'd like to announce with a lot of joy, I ask you to keep your cell phones on silent mode so that we can enjoy this rich and vast content that's being shared here with everyone present. Therefore, we will now talk about the energy management system for green hydrogen. I'm going to invite the global sales director of ABB. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Leandro Monaco. Good afternoon. I, I really scared you guys there, didn't I? Without any further delays, thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for your presence here at this technical session. My name is Leandro Monaco. As the presenter said, I am the Global Sales Director of ABB in the world. And today my theme will be to talk about the Optimax ABB Green Hydrogen Energy Management System. The reason we had this delay was because I have the Optimax demonstration system here, and I would like to end our panel with it. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to transmit the video, but I will be at our stand, the ABB stand. So after this session, if you have any questions or you would like to dive deeper into understanding us, show up, talk to us, and I'll gladly explain. So today, as I prepared my presentation for a 15-minute presentation with slides and a demo demonstration. Now we're going to have 15 minutes of slides and 15 minutes of jokes instead. So what is the biggest problem with hydrogen that we are facing? As you can see in this slide, the energy management problem that involved with green hydrogen production is pretty complex. We have renewable energies that come from the grid as well, and our traditional energies that come from it. We have storage systems, the company's storage systems. We have hydrogen consumers, electricity consumers. We have the sources for renewables as well, like wind turbines and others, so that they can make their hydrogen production greener. Generation in itself with diesel generators, and then you have the hydrogen production chain. Here we have all of the consumption of hydrogen through industrial processes, storage of the hydrogen that is produced, and its transportation. In addition to that, you have the use of hydrogen to produce ammonia and sustainable fuels. And we also have the storage part. And behind the lady over there, you'll see the same three that we have above: industrial processes, storage, and transport, with the derived elements from hydrogen. So we have the derived elements that have a certain demand. It's a demand that arises from any industrial process. So that depends on the dynamics. At the same time, this demand is disconnected from renewable energy production, because as much as I'd like to, I'm not able to choose when the sun is going to shine more or less. So managing this, and on top of that, with the uncertainty, as I said, of weather and the price of electricity at the grid, we have three grandeurs there that are completely disconnected: the generation of renewable energy, consumption of hydrogen and its derivatives, and the price of energy on the market. How can we manage these three dimensions in a way that maximizes hydrogen production, minimizes production costs, and minimizes carbon emissions? So our suggestion is to use an optimization and management system, which will first of all reduce the operational expenditures of producing hydrogen and electricity, thermoenergy in general. Second, using the prediction of production and the demand of energy and hydrogen, including weather and renewables, and taking on the opportunities that the market and the price of sales and purchase of the merchandise itself, taking advantage of that dynamic. So that's something that we achieve with the system that I'm going to present to you, the Optimax. It is established and proven to work, and it provides security to the hydrogen plant owner. I'm going to talk a little bit more about the Optimax. What is Optimax? It's basically an optimization platform. It solves a mathematical issue logically and optimally, with the intention of increasing efficiency, potentializing decarbonization. The modules that we have in the system are forecasting for weather, prices, interaction with the market, with the grid, when we're talking about purchasing and selling, advanced controls of processes so that we can map out the dynamics of the process of hydrogen production, of ammonia production, etc. And we do all of this in real time. So as I'm going to show you later on, at the end of our presentation, we have two ways of optimizing. I'll get there. And where does this information arise for Optimax so it can manage? Connecting with several types of systems. Automation from the plant's production, or DSC Escada from energy generation, several equipment like battery systems, connections with the energy market, and finally, with data sources for forecasting, weather forecasting, and other forecasts that we'll have. Optimax has already been installed in over 200 plants around the world, 5 continents, and several more countries. And you can see that Optimax is not only used for hydrogen, but also allows management of virtual power plants, management of industrial sites, of electrical networks, gas networks, and also hydrogen and vapor networks. So all of these are application cases that we have delivered across the world with this technology that has been applied by ABB for a while now. The slide isn't moving. Here we go. Architecture. Being a little bit more practical, this part underneath here is our industrial process. The instruments, the sensors, and then you have the automation system, whichever is used. The third level here would be the advanced control system, and the fourth would be real-time optimizer. And then you have the forecasting and the interface with energy market. So basically, over there on the right, you have the forecasting for for the production of renewables, process demand, energy prices, future energy prices, the optimization platform in real time, the CO2 footprint of that energy used, optimizing the production of hydrogen, vapor, and interaction with markets, advanced process control that is going to help us manage the process dynamics that are involved using predictable multivariable, so we can model the consumption of hydrogen and the refinery and the market interaction. Now I'm going to talk about three cases of use that involve Optimax and the solutions it's brought. Two of them I would have in my demonstration system. Moving forward, we have the optimization, intraday optimization. It's as if it were predictive and in real time. There are two different modules. So the idea is that if you try to if I compare these two processes with Google Maps, when you design your route to go from A to B, Google will give you an ideal trajectory that will take you from A to B in the fastest way possible based on the situation that you have right now. And you might leave tomorrow, but that is the ideal path. The other module that we have is real-time optimization, is that when you begin your journey, you might be faced with a blocked off street, with traffic, and then Google is going to suggest you turning right, left, adjusting that path in real time. So one would be the ideal route, the ideal planning to maximize these variables. And the other would be, okay, this is real life now, and we face some problems. So how do we adjust the algorithm here? So basically, those are the two optimizations we have. The first, intraday optimization, would be in this case that I have here in this image. Let me go over here so you guys can see. Here in this demonstration system, we have the idea of minimizing the normalized hydrogen cost and also thinking about the time of life of the electrolyzer. So you can verify. You can see the system's diagram. This would be the grid. This would be wind energy production, green energy, a system of battery system. And here you would have a hydrogen stock or storage. So for us to use with flexibility to a certain degree. This would be electrolyzers, and in the end, hydrogen consumption. So in this plant, which is exactly the case that we implemented in France in Hynamics from EDF, this is the setup we have there. We have the connection to the grid. We have their own energy production from Hynamics, which is solar energy in this case, the electrolyzers, a hydrogen inventory or stock, and which is intended to fuel buses. And as I said in the beginning, the buses are the hydrogen consumers. They're rolling around the city, driving around, and regardless of the weather or the day, they have to work. So we see here the flexibility of storing hydrogen and looking at the prices of electricity based on the grid. We can see if Optimax is when we should produce the energy, when electrolysis should be performed and provide directly to the bus, when to store that hydrogen, and at what time to use the hydrogen that is stored, or when to pull from the grid, or use the energy that is being produced right there and then. All of this entire analysis is based on the weather, so you'll have the price of the forecasting we do. So what we have here are the costs of energy, sales and purchase, the forecast for solar energy production, and the forecast of hydrogen demand. All of this is done based on right now, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, one day forward with this forecasting. And then the system is going to say, if this is the scenario that's going to happen in the next 24 hours, this is how we're going to turn on the electrolyzer. This is the power you're going to use. And then you can see when the electricity becomes cheaper, the electrolyzer is used at its maximum. And then you'll see down here the stored hydrogen that we will be able to make and produce. You'll see when you should produce. You'll see when to produce, when to store, when to use. So this allows us a flexibility, which is what hydrogen storage provides to us. It allows us to manage the costs of this hydrogen, this produced hydrogen. So without optimization, the cost is 10,000 euro per kilo of hydrogen. With optimization, we can lower that to 8.3 thousand per kilo of hydrogen. So that is the ideal plan, as I mentioned, but sometimes the sun won't shine exactly as planned, or the buses won't be demanded as we thought. There may be more demand or less. So then what do? We go to real-time optimization, and that's another degree of complexity. The electrolyzer isn't actually an equipment. There are 5 electrolyzation modules, and each electrolyzation module has its efficiency curve. So the system will also help us to say and tell if if the demand of hydrogen is such, which one of these 5 modules will I use? How much will I use in each electrolyzer depending on the curve of efficiency of this equipment? So this adjustment will be done based on the variables measured in the production of renewable energy at that time, the consumption of hydrogen at that time, and this decision will be made in real time in order to adjust which equipment will be called into action. And then this is the second case, the real-time optimization. And this tells us what to do when reality hits us. The third case that I'm bringing here is a more complex case that I don't have in the demonstration system, but it would be a problem that we have solved for a production.
We have in this diagram here the production of green hydrogen, the mix with blue hydrogen, carbon capture, and then we go towards the production of ammonia, storage, as well as aviation fuels, renewable aviation fuel, and then we continue on with the chain. So as I said, we have two consumer. We have the hydrogen consumer and we have the ammonia consumer, each one with different demands. So how do we sort of deal with all of this happening at the same time? I don't know if you've tried to think about that case, but it's around 5 or 6 dimensions, each one pulling you to a different side, and you're trying to think about everything at the same time in real time. So the idea is that the system will be able to deal with the balance of the production and consumption of hydrogen, manage the intermittency of the renewable sources, which is the production side of green energy, plan out, well, have an optimized planning of energy based on a forecast of weather forecast and the cost of electricity and consumption of ammonia, interacting with the energy market, having this reading of the grid pricing, and finally managing the process dynamics that start to introduce to us an even higher degree of complexity during the ammonia production process, during the hydrogen production process, sustainable fuel production or not. So it's several degrees of complexity that do not allow us to, for instance, make the decision whether, okay, what if we don't have sun, or what if the wind stops? Will we immediately stop producing hydrogen? No, there's a whole process that depends on other focus points. So it depends on the degree of freedom, the storage of hydrogen, battery to be able to store the electricity that was already generated, and how the system manages to optimize this equation as a whole. So basically that's the 3 cases I wanted to show you. So now for a summary. That's the 10 demo minutes that I had. So to summarize, basically Optimax is an energy optimization system for managing and optimizing energy. It allows us, one of the first case that I cited, to reach a reduction of the cost of electricity, the production cost of the hydrogen during the whole operation of the plant up to 20%, as I cited, have an increase in efficiency of the plant, of the production of hydrogen, and a minimization of the carbon emissions, making the process more sustainable, and finally to have a balance of the energy sources so that we can guarantee that we will always have energy available, making use of the market price and market opportunities, not just energy as hydrogen, but to meet the demands that we have. So basically that's what I had. Now we would have the demo. We'll skip that. And that's about it for my pitch. And I would let you know that if you want to know more about this, go to the ABB stand. I've been sort of struggling with the demo system in my computer, my laptop, but we will sure be having more discussions about this. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our friend Joe. ABB. Everybody, once again, remember it's kind of low. All the questions are done for the QR codes. We already have a few questions here. Leandro, keeping in mind the density of the cybernetic security for the energy sector? What are the protection measures that this platform that you just presented offers to us? Thank you for your questions. The cybersecurity subject matter is a very important, relevant one, especially when we're dealing with data acquisition for industrial systems in real time. And not just that, it's such critical data for the safety of countries, which is energy generation. So, connecting the extraction of this data, as I spoke about connectivity and Optimax, how do we extract this data in the industrial process as well as the data acquisition for weather forecasts and other databases? Acquiring this data in a safe manner is critical. This is also managed by ABB systems with the cybersecurity systems reading this data in a safe manner so that we do not compromise operational secrets, we do not compromise the safety and the security of the country's electrical power grid, and we can optimize the system in a well done manner. So this is also kept in mind. Great, it's a very low volume. We don't have more questions. So I'll ask you to give our friend a round of applause. So that's our second presentation. So once again, I'd like to ask the organization to make available the QR code, and you'll be able to get closer to the QR code. So we will start our next panel soon, and then we'll be asking the questions. So we will be able to interact in the auditorium in 2023. We already have a QR code here, please. That allows us to participate. Our third guest is here with us. So I will ask you, the QR code is on the screen. You can put it in your cell phone, and then we'll be starting as soon as the presentation starts. You can ask your questions, and we'll be receiving them during the panel. So as soon as we finish the panel, we'll be starting to ask our questions. So let's go ahead. Third presentation of this afternoon. As a subject matter, we have the ESG policy of the Exame magazine. It's with a great pleasure that I will ask to the scenario my colleague, editor, ESG editor for Exame, Rodrigo Caetano. Round of applause, please. All right, then. Hey, everybody. It's great to be here. Speaking to you, you can see it's not the usual audience. I think these folks are a bit more the technical side. And I have something that is very disappointing to you, for sure. Is that I will not be giving any answers here. My intent here is as a journalist to ask questions, and questions generate more questions in an infinite cycle of doubts. But that is the provocation that we have as journalists. As you know, I am Rodrigo Cartano. I've been in economical journalism for almost 20 years, more than 20 years today. I'm the ESG editor for Exame, which is the biggest publication for business in Latin America. We're also ESG leaders. And of course, when we're talking about energy and green hydrogen, that is something that is 100% involved with ESG, but disconnected in the Northeast, Brazilian Northeast case. This is what I want to show and make you think about is that sort of what's going on in Ceará. It shows what's wrong with Brazil and the solution that Brazil has moving forward. It depends not just on Ceará and the Northeast in a general manner, but it also depends on us to have our head screwed on right and, asking questions about the past, because that's the only way you can understand the future, the present, and try to imagine the future. And in the case of journalism, what's our role in society? Is to transform the present into the past. We register this so that it becomes the past. And then we can use this to imagine the future. The present that we have, I don't know if this little thing works. This device doesn't work. Can you please do it for me? Next slide. That's not my slide. Nope. Cool. Thanks. Well, the present that we have today is this right here. No, not this. That's one before this. Where is it? That's the past. What's the present? There we go. That's the present. This is the present that we have. The forecast for growth per region, as you can see that the one that's in the forefront is the northeast of Brazil, which is not something that is that normal for us in the past 50 years or more. Historically, this we have is a gap, which is shown in my next slide. You can see that the average income is here, and the northeast is below average in Brazil. They're actually below the north income, so this is per capita and way below the Midwest, which is also a region that is has a lot of agriculture. Northeast into having a lower income, and this is despite having here this transference from the federal government. You can see that the Northeast gets a considerable amount similar to the Southeast. This is due to a lack of infrastructure, a lack of economy, which is historical info. This gap generates a need for more expenses and so forth. So, well, this is the past that we've had this gap, this developmental gap for the Northeast. This is a phrase from Euclides da Cunha. This is not something that we don't know. We know. We've known for a while. We've always known, but there's no answer. And I think it's interesting. This phrase is interesting, despite it's wrong now. You can't say that there's no civilization in the Northeast or anywhere. There is civilization, always, but we can read this as, well, we are condemned to development. Either we move forward or we disappear. That's a fact. But so, what happens with the Northeast that has this gap here? You have a few reasons which are, well, let's say, environmental and geographic. The Northeast, it's, a good chunk of it, has a worse weather, worse climate than other regions for agriculture. Ceará specifically, there's a lot of wind and there's a lot of sun. That's bad for agriculture, it's bad for fishing. And well, during the development of the Brazilian economy, we've always had a lot of connection to agriculture. Today, we are very connected to agriculture, but yeah, it's a political matter as well. It's a political matter. Political strength. Decisions taken, in this environment of federal governments and other matters that transcend this geographical and environmental matter. And what explains this very well is Euclides da Cunha himself on the country. From that time, he already showed how there was a difference, a historical, cultural difference when it comes to the understanding of countries between the Northeast and the rest of the country, especially the Southeast of the country, which it reflects upon several violences that were committed against the Northeast, not just economically, but in some cases actually physical, military violence, several wars that we've had here during the independence process that we in the Southeast do not understand. In the Southeast, we learned that the Brazilian independence was all wonderful, sunshine and flowers. The guy showed up and said, okay, we're independent now. Everything's fine now. Was not fine. The Northeast suffer. So what I wanted to let you know is understanding the past that there is a gap. It's not just related to natural matters. There's also related to political and cultural matters. Well, we could speak about a bunch of matters. And we come here at this point, and we're talking about green hydrogen with the Northeast sort of pulling Brazil behind it on the GDP growth. So there's something that people from the South, people from Sao Paulo, I'll say it right. People from Sao Paulo, the guy from Sao Paulo thinks he's a special guy. Why? Because Sao Paulo is Brazil's driving engine. Sao Paulo did this and that, and they're well developed as an economy. We're almost the same as Europe. Well, the guy from Sao Paulo, he doesn't understand that there's only one thing that makes Sao Paulo specifically have had this development with the strength that it did. There's no other specific characteristic, whether it's people or whatever else. It's just this thing here, this right here. I don't know if you know what this is. This is the USP campus, the São Paulo University campus. This is what makes São Paulo grow. Okay? If you look at São Paulo before the University of São Paulo was there, no big deal. It was like Rio. Rio was a bigger deal than São Paulo. Then we had the USP. And then São Paulo sort of shot through the atmosphere in development. Why? Public investments on education, research, and development. That's it. That's what economy is anywhere in the world. There's no, I mean, sure, private initiatives, especially in the financial market, it sells a lot. That idea of entrepreneurship. And look, I'm not against entrepreneurship or anything like that, nor private initiatives. Don't say that. For the love of God, I work in an economy magazine. It belongs to a bank. So, I mean, I love private initiatives, and I think that they are the answer to most of the questions that we have. But without this right here, there's no private initiatives. Get it? And that's what makes São Paulo be what it is. And it's what we're missing in a large chunk of the Northeast. What? Sorry, I didn't quite hear what she said. Did I say something? Well, I'm criticizing São Paulo right now. So, well, basically, that's it. So, there's historical motives. We are missing a R&D policy, not just for education or basic education, but R&D, which is what starting with this green hydrogen matters, right? Why? Because you're not going to develop a complex market. We just saw this right here, Optimax right here. I didn't understand jack of what he was saying, you know? You had to have people that know this. That's science. It's well, that's what's going to make this work. We just want to make all this movement. It's going to bring to the Northeast this sort of thing. And then you'll be able to go into a development cycle, which is a lot bigger than having investment here in factories or whatever. You go into a perpetual cycle. It never ends. It's always going to happen, you know? And here we have 350 billion in the world and 28 billion in Brazil. This isn't wrong, but it's a lot more. It's here in Ceará. I was talking about for the SKU guys here. 3 companies already signed a deal with Pesang. They have 10 billion. There's more than 20 in the line, so it's going to be a lot more than this. But what I think it's important to understand in this here, this phrase here, especially when we're talking about, well, it must move around 350 billion in the world. So that's why I think that there's no way for Brazil to miss out on this opportunity here in the Northeast. Because if Brazil misses out on this, Brazil lost. You know, it lost because we're going through energy transition. It's happening. It's been happening for a few years. It's not something that is going to happen moving forward. It's been happening for a while. Actually, we're behind. According to most scientists, we're behind. What does it mean? It means that basically the demand for oil up till 2050, it's not going to grow. Okay? It's not growing. In no scenario, the best scenario for the oil industry when it comes to demand is to get to 2050 at a flat rate. That's the best case scenario. And those that are saying that's not Greenpeace, that's Shell that's saying this. Okay? Shell is saying this. You can go to their site and they have the numbers. They're saying that. So you're changing to other forms of energy, which today, well, we have competing forms of energy actually. Hydrogen, it competes with other energy sources, but it's very strong. You know, I think it's a force of energy. It must have a large participation in the market, but it is connected to a global idea. Why is hydrogen coming to the north? Is it because there's wind here? Sure. Is it because there's sun here? Sure. Is it because water here is not is more shallow for you to put down wind farms? Yeah. But there's also a global agenda here, and this global agenda indicates that Brazil has a role to perform as a country. That's important. This role, what is expected of Brazil and the world economy is that it will be an agent for promoting decarbonization because we have the elements, we have the clean energy matrix, you already heard about this, we have the Amazon, we have a number of features that allow us to be a promoter of decarbonization. That is what is expected of Brazil. Get it? And that's important that as a country, and this is also the role of the press. But I think this goes for companies and everybody, is to understand that this union is not just necessary due to morality or patriotism. It's necessary because we live in a world today that is globalized, completely globalized. You can't say that it's not. It is. And if Europe or the US decide that they're not going to use oil anymore, then we're in the same boat. And if they want us to be the good guy in the story and for us to protect the Amazon and to not knock down any more trees, then it's our role to do so. What's not our role is to do it for free. Get it? That's not our role. But to not do so for free, we need to have an understanding of what's going on. The understanding that there's no. What is this? We are change the slide. What is this? That's something different that I have to talk about. That's not it. Anyway, to have an understanding that. Okay, good, cool. As a country, as a culture, need to have a more global vision. I think that the Northeast must have a global vision. The Northeast is inserted into the situation. Ceará is inserted into the situation. It is a state that sort of pull forward regarding education, actually. I mean, sure, when I heard Ciro Gomes during that campaign, I said, I want to know Planet Ceará. It seemed like the most amazing thing in the world. But, well, sure, it isn't. But it is, in fact, a state that pulls forward in several ways. And in the same way, when I showed up here and I came up to the Cidade Alerta system, I sort of didn't even want to leave the room. I thought this was the Gaza Strip for a second. It's not. But either way, I'm saying this to sort of segue into the next subject, which is regarding the media. I know that, as we saw here very recently regarding the media, with reason, because the press does not show up at the Northeast. Exame does not have an office here. Nobody has an office here, right? Even less today. And I know there is a certain resentment in several ways. At the same time, however, you must have some control of the narrative. You must be engaged with these forces that historically, sure, they always harmed the Northeast for several motives, but as I said, well, I'm not going to tell you, the Northeast is not separate from Brazil. And now, if the Northeast is the place for investment, the only way you're actually going to occupy this space and to guarantee that you will own this space is through diplomacy. That's how it works. That's how it works among countries. That's how it works. That's how it always works, because the alternative to diplomacy, there's only one, which is war, which is what we're seeing in the world in several aspects. And generally, it's no good for anybody. Right now, I think that at the same time as we at the Southeast, we're going to be needing to engage with the Northeast and engage with the North due to the Amazon and open our heads, open our minds, widen the amount of subjects, the understanding of the issues, the cultural differences, and the whole thing. The same way, we need there to be a receptivity and an interest in engaging, which means that you understand the past, but you don't become attached to it. You just don't commit the same mistakes that were made. I think that's it. And in that way, I think that what brings us together as a country, as a people, is, well, what I have in the next slide. Well, which is culture. This is Raquel de Queiroz. She's from Ceará, right? That's culture. We are united in culture, and this connection between what is happening in the Northeast with green hydrogen, what the Northeast pulling the GDP, what the Northeast developing and becoming wealthier and reaching another developmental level. These things are happening, they must be connected to these cultural roots of the Northeast of Brazil. Because that's what brought us here in a certain way. And it's easier for you actually to sell this to the world, to sell creativity, to sell inventivity, to sell resilience, which is a quality of the Northeast that is very strong. So it's very important not to lose this connection, this cultural connection, this historical connection as Brazilians, as people of Northeast, as people of the Southeast, and so forth. Because as I said at the beginning, what moves this
Is education. That's what moves this. Sao Paulo was made through USP, the university. And what's going to make the Northeast region, in addition to all of these developments and the natural characteristics that are in favor, is also this capacity to innovate, the capacity to research, the capacity to integrate the world in a compositive way, and entrepreneur and innovative. That's what makes a country or a state or a person develop. That's what I had to say. Look at how pretty. I'm going to open for questions. Do you have any questions? Do you want to say something bad at me? Do you want to throw something on me? Feel free to. Go ahead. It's your turn. Thank you so much, everyone. A round of applause for Rodrigo Caetano, ESG editor at Exame Magazine. It's important for you guys to access the QR code, everyone. And it is left here, available for you if you want to make any if you want to ask any questions. Access the QR code, write it down really quickly, so that we can question Rodrigo Caetano, who came especially from São Paulo, our journalist colleague, and he is here with us at this event. I'm going to check with the organization, with the organizers, to see if we have any questions so far. We have our first question. Rodrigo, what is the role of ESG? I think it's one of the abbreviations that is most used in the world today. What is its role in the green hydrogen practices? Look, I think that ESG is an abbreviation invented by the financial market. And when I talk about the press, this is what I mean. It gained notoriety because it was easy, it was a brand. And in reality, ESG is a synthesis of all of the concepts, the sustainability concepts that we have around the world since the 60s, the 70s, when we began discussing ecology and environment in an economic sense, protecting the environment and whatnot. And that's when the idea of stability came up. It was a long process, and at one point, the financial markets saw that there was risk involved in these environmental issues, and they decided, well, we need to place a number on this risk. We can't just work with ideas. We have to work with numbers. And then they created ESG, which is a set of metrics about environmental and social issues that are interconnected. And then you have the G, which is governance, which is a bit redundant because obviously it's governance. But within the metrics established, the G is a little bit. So what does ESG represent in green hydrogen? The issue of energy transition. The economy in general, economists in general began calculating and saw that at that rhythm of emissions, we were at risk for climate change, and we're living that through that, we're experiencing it. There's not much doubt about that nowadays. But anyway, the risk was perceived. And that's where ESG is inserted. ESG is what makes hydrogen feasible, because there is no economic feasibility yet. Not without the matter of emissions. Without emissions considered, it wouldn't be feasible. It's harder to transport. It's more expensive than oil. And nowadays you put a price on it and it becomes feasible. So it's an important issue, and I believe it's important to the Northeast as well, is the S. No new energy sources will exist competitively without the S, without carrying social advantages for the country, for the producing countries and regions. That is very clear through what I said with the global scenario. That's why I'm completely against exploring oil in the Amazon, for example. I don't care. If you're going to be the fourth largest producer, there's an environmental risk that is included in that, and a social risk that makes it not worth it. So hydrogen can never lose this. If all of a sudden it does lose the social aspect, regardless of environmental, it's going to become less competitive, and it's going to be priced accordingly. And as I said, we have competing energy sources. Rodrigo, I have a question here, a really good question for you to answer. In a country that still faces challenges related to safety and justice in terms of energy, how do you see the role of journalism in reducing these inequalities, especially social and economic? That's an interesting question, and I could talk for another 30 minutes about it, but I'm going to try to summarize my journalistic point of view. Of course, when we talk about journalism, we have to understand that journalism has changed in the last 10 years, and it still will in the next 10. Due to technological issues and business models within journalism in general. But I see journalism as a propeller for changes in society, and at the same time, I am also society. So it's a symbiotic relationship of sorts, in the sense that change doesn't come from journalism, it comes from society, but we can work as a promoter for this change since we're inserted within society itself. What happens is that, and now let's take a look at the past for a minute. Economic policies that were implemented in the past and that are now revealed as wrong, many of them, I'm going to say this in quotes, they had support from the press. Oh, the press is against this. No, the press was inserted in that social context, in that group, and obviously the press is mostly in Sao Paulo, especially today. So that was the truth at the time. It made sense, and that is what they conveyed. Today it's more complex. We have more access to information than we did before. We have more access, especially through the internet and everything else, a huge volume of information, and that enables the press to be more encompassing and to have more criteria than before. Because before, you trusted the word of the governor at the time, of the businessman, because that's the information you had at hand. You're not dealing with structured data. You're transforming the present in the past, and the present isn't structured. The past can be, but not the present. You have to work with what you have. And you're subject to the same mistakes as those who you are reporting on, and that's what happens a lot of times in the press. Now, I don't want to say that the press is not at fault for anything. I'm very critical about that, but I also don't want to say that the press is responsible for idealizing changes, because it's not. Changes are caused by society. And I'm going to be repetitive here, but a lot of time change comes from academia, from culture. And I think the point of the beginning of all change, is a new way of thinking about the world, a new way of thinking about collectivity, collectiveness, and academia, where you actually initiate that process of studying and structuring the past in order to imagine the future. That generates changes. And the press catalyzes this. We take it and we disclose it. We show it. So when everything is aligned, that works. But when you're in a situation where you either don't have freedom of press, or you're in a society that is short-sighted, then the press can catalyze mistakenly. And that's happened in Brazil several times. I don't know if I answered the question. My friend Rodrigo, let's go to your last question. We know that Exame is currently one of the main sources of information about the ESG agenda. How do you assess this theme regarding the labor market and new professions? That's really good question. It's great to talk about this. Yes, Exame does have several surveys, I think about 40, that have placed us at the forefront of ESG content. It's a tradition of Exame. As I said, ESG came from the financial market, but we developed the sustainability ESG guide. We've been doing this for more than 20 years, so it is a tradition in Exame to work with sustainability. Regarding the labor market, two things. One, Yes, there is opportunity there for people who want to specialize in ESGs. What happens? Today you have an agenda that is in all larger companies. It's very strong. And this hierarchy is now going on to the second level, coming down from the top levels, from the top tiers. So even oil companies are looking at this, mining companies and everything else. So there's a huge field for people who are specialized in ESGs. So I'll say that I actually started focusing on sustainability maybe in 2012, about 10 years ago. And for me, it worked tremendously, I'll tell you that. And I've conquered a position that is a really good one due to my knowledge in ESG and sustainability in general. But beyond this issue of specializing, I would say that even for professionals that have no intention of working with the ESGs, if you want to work with engineering or whatever, you're going to bump into an ESG concept sooner or later. There is no getting away from it. Even if it's something regarding diversity, you're going to bump into it. And then this first movement is cultural. It comes from changing people's mentality. And then you'll have this huge flow of information. You'll see people discussing these matters. You'll see emails from different sectors of the company. You'll see CEOs announcing that the company is now ESG, or something that's very common is for a company to come out and say, oh, we've always been ESG. So it's an opportunity. Dive into it. We lack professionals. If you see Izumi today, you'll see an article that says that we're lacking professionals. And if you don't like ESGs, you want nothing to do with them, read up on it, because at one time or another, sooner or later, someone is going to ask you about this issue at work. Ladies and gentlemen, Rodrigo Caetano, a warm round of applause. The ESG director at Izumi Magazine. Thank you so much for coming. You're always welcome here in Ceará. One more time, once more, I'm going to ask you to use your cell phones and point your cameras to this QR code, through which you will be able to ask questions, and your participation is extremely important. Each one of these exchanges with the panelists that are here allows us to interact and enjoy this to the fullest. Let's follow with our program. We're going to have a panel that is going to talk about feasibility studies for projects from the hydrogen sector. I'm very happy to invite the general manager of power consulting from Hitachi Energy in Latin America, Luis Meca. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Good morning for those who are waking up. Would you like to stand up so you can push that sleepiness away? I'm feeling like a TV host. Thank goodness. If you're from São Paulo and you know Roda Viva, thank God I'm not going to be under a round of questioning. It's a pleasure to be here in Ceará, a state that I like very much. I have a great admiration. I've worked in several projects in this region. Castanhão is one of them. If you know the Castanhão Reservoir, So I would like to thank the organizers of this event, the Federation of Industries of the state of Ceará, and especially Monica, who is the international consultant of FIEC, one of the great specialists in hydrogen in the world. She's a Brazilian that lives in Germany. And I'd also like to thank, she's right over there actually, she is inspiring. I would like to thank the secretaries of Ceará, Salmito Filho, who is the Secretary of Development of the state, Joaquim Rolim, Secretary of Industry. So as Salmito said this morning, the country is experiencing the possibility of a great economic progression of the industry, an industry that has been affected in the last decades. The GDP has decreased in terms of industrial growth. So there's a great possibility for growth right now. We have to engage and we have to make this happen. It's really important to the country. It's a great source of opportunity for growth for Brazil in general. And also connected here to green hydrogen, coming right behind Europe and the United States is wind energy, offshore wind energy. We have something in Congress about this, and we're expecting this to be regulated by the end of the year. And in the sequence, there's an estimation that until 2030, we will have the first investment in offshore wind energy. So Europe and the United States, people have implemented plenty of these offshore wind energy plants. And it's a great pleasure to be here with you. I hope that you enjoy the presentation. My unit is Power Consulting. I work at Hitachi. I've worked there for 28 years. And Hitachi bought the ABB high power and automation. Two presentations before, we had a colleague here that was presenting for you. So I've been there for 24 years and I'm a head of power consulting for the past 5 years. Well, this power consulting unit is one where we have 21 people here in Brazil, 16 in engineering, consultants that perform system analysis and everything else. We're an independent unit from the rest of Hitachi Energy. We're a part that encompasses products. And why are we an independent unit? Because Hitachi is global. It's made up of 150 consultants. Sorry, I'm here in front of the map. Let me move over. I'm responsible for Latin American, so I'm in Guarulhos at Hitachi Energy's transformer plant. And we also have a unit in the United States that's responsible for the US, Canada, Mexico, and Australia. And we have units that are spread over Europe, in Switzerland, England, Germany, Arab Emirates, ACE. In Europe and the United States. So us, as power consulting, we've performed plenty and plenty and plenty outside. So since we're a global unit, we have a huge exchange of information. So all of the experience that was generated in these other countries, we're going to bring it here when we enter the offshore market. Now regarding green hydrogen, we are a little bit behind from Europe. But our unit in Europe has also done work on that front. We act in generating studies, transmission, and industry. Our mission is simple. It's to provide the client with the best solution for their system and investment. We are a completely impartial and confidential unit because regardless of the product or the system the client is going to invest with, whether it's Hitachi or any other market player, we're still going to provide them with the best solution. What they're going to use in the future is completely open in terms of options. We're also very keen on confidentiality. We're currently working on 3 contracts here in Brazil that I'm going to show you in a little bit. 2 of them we signed an NDA for, so I won't be able to say who the investors are. And we work according to the rules and the characteristics and the norms of each country. That's our mission in power consulting. Where do I have to point? Over here? Okay, now we got it. So what's our proposition in terms of, hello? Of hydrogen? Basically, we work on 6 areas. The first is defining the business strategy. So we seek to analyze what the market trends, the country's policies, the regulations, and we verify the risks and opportunities linked to the investment that is connected to migrating to hydrogen. We analyze the process and we help the client within their decision-making process regarding their investment. So let's talk about strategy. We verify the market and the technologies that are out there. We design a plan for the best technology regarding hydrogen. The types of electrolyzers, we analyze that according to the client's needs. Alternatives for gas, what the best practices are, what the new technologies are on the market. We also design studies on hydrogen storage, the types of electrolyzers as I've already mentioned. And then we also verify we check for the clients. We see what the types of electrolyzers are that we have on the market, alkalines, membrane, and others. So according to the investment that the client makes, we select the best alternative. We also analyze the types of using a renewable source, that's why it's green. But for that, you have to reach the electrolyzer per se. So we have several types. We have 12 pulses. We analyze the market trends, as I said previously. We assess hydrogen technology, the use of hydrogen in that market, exploring the basic hydrogen chain, whether it's in industry or steel or ammonia, chemical products, fuels. The third box, we analyze financial and technical feasibility would be to define the energy strategy. So we see what the policies, the market policies are, industry policies, energy consumption, what the energy sources available are for the client to invest in. We verify costs. We verify new models so that for the hydrogen to be used through. And now we're going to talk about verifying regulation policy analysis and trends, local ones. We analyze the client's needs in the market. We look at the international benchmarking. We already have huge experience abroad, so we see market opportunities that exist for the client. So economical and technical modeling. Here we analyze the technology, what the system project is depending on the parameters that are needed for the development. We define the best economic alternative within this entire process. We look at CapEx and OpEx that are needed for this development. And we also assess the technologies, the hydrogen technologies. So in this phase, we analyze the minimum global cost, where we look at technical, regulatory, and other aspects of the development. We provide the adequate solutions for each step of the system's access. And at the end, we have our low emission alternatives. So the creation and analysis of market roadmaps, including hydrogen. Hybrid solutions. So are we going to use wind, solar, or battery storage? Hydrogen solutions for decarbonizing several sectors. And we have here some references. This was our first project that we started executing here in Brazil for Atlas Agro, who hired us a few months ago. And they allowed us to bring this presentation to you. It's going to be a new plant in Uberaba, Minas Gerais. They're going to invest $850 million. It's an industrial plant formed by 2 substations, and we're providing the conceptual study, the access study, and connection to the grid, and the choice of the best connection point through which to connect to this plant to the grid. And we're also doing the short circuit study, energy quality, and dynamic studies. The second project that we also have here in Brazil, I have an NDA with the client, so I can't reveal who it is, but it's for a green ammonia and green steel plant. And we're developing the same work as we are with Atlas Agro, connecting the system, the best point of connection, power flow, short circuit analysis, and we have other contracts and agreements that we're about to enter into. And I can tell you, our business unit, Power Consulting business unit, is most definitely the best company that any client can have, because everything that I have been budgeting has been sold. Through our experience abroad, we talk to everybody abroad, and then we know what we have to do here. We know what's needed for the client here, the best alternative. We don't have to start from zero because we have the experience. This is an example in Spain that is going to produce steel and hydrogen electrolysis. It's an economic and technical assessment that are one of the objectives is to develop a technical and economic model assessing the possibility of producing hydrogen at the site, bringing more dynamicity to the electrolyzer, costs, and CO2 emissions. Another example here in Switzerland, also for steel production and hydrogen electrolysis. This is the analysis of the role of hydrogen in a net zero production. So we have here several works and the presentation of a typical electrolyzer plant, hydrogen as a raw material, comparing hydrogen technologies with different alternatives. Another example in Germany. Here, the client, we can talk about them. Here, this is for hydrogen electrolyzing, connecting the medium power grid. We performed the calculations for outflow, short circuiting. And this was among those services provided. We saw the client's need to find a partner for their microgrid. And among several other studies that were performed for this project, this is in Sweden. What we did here was we looked at items related to energy quality belonging to the client, dynamic studies. Another example in Spain, and this one is for steel production as well. The main thing was to define strategies for energy, the development of a technical model, to define a new strategy and decrease CO2 emissions and costs, and the possibility to produce hydrogen on site, and sizing electrolyzers. Another example now in China. These studies were performed to analyze the electrolyzers. We also analyzed energy quality for connection to the system, control methods for the electrolyzers, energy provision, and the analysis of the impact on the system's quality. Because the client has the need to verify this, to see how the energy quality is, what the results will be, so that the system where the connection is made isn't affected.
Also in Switzerland, we have for a steel mill as a main scope, the assessment of hydrogen tech with different alternatives to verify the technology used in terms of hydrogen globally, the different policies, market trends, what are the main players, and to verify the global variation of hydrogen. And here we have a product that Hitachi Energy is launching. It's a generator that is powered by hydrogen. So its application is for small events, construction. It's not a high potency generator. It's a generator that will reach 1 MVA, starting from 660 kVA, and it's powered by hydrogen. This is a sign that Hitachi Energy really believes in this market of hydrogen. So that was it, guys. I wanted to tell you that I am very thankful. I'm very glad to be able to be a part of this. And, well, they say that I'm not good at presentations, but I'm worse at singing. So lucky you that I'm not going to be singing here, right? So thanks for your patience. I'm available for any questions you may have. I sort of ended ahead of time to help out our friends at organization, and I'm available. So thank you. Yeah, lucky us to have you here. We have 2 questions from Luis Mecca. First off, in your assessment, what are the main bottlenecks for installing green hydrogen processes in Brazil in general? First off, it's regulation. Hydrogen regulation, because we have that in Brasilia, and we are having a law project being executed. We need to get this done. This is a big bottleneck. Number 2, is investment itself, the investment that must be made. Several companies have signed, for instance, with the state government. There are 23 companies that have signed the memo of understanding with the state government to invest in the Pasang port complex. They have investments in Iguazu port, in Rio Grande do Sul, Rio Grande do Norte. So we need to first off have regulations so that so that companies will feel safer regarding what they will be able to invest in the next few years. Luis, look, here's the thing. We have another question. Seeing the recent news regarding regulation of the carbon market in Brazil, is there a perspective of including it into the assessment of viability and hydrogen projects? This speaks about carbon capture, right? Yeah, with no doubts, yeah. We have a product actually which we verify since the point where the client starts a project up to its implementation. What will be the economy when it comes to the emission of CO2 into the environment? We have that as well, and our unit as a possibility. All right. So that is very important. One more question we just got. How long does it take to have a viability study done? That's a good question from the audience. Is it possible to determine how much time the investor gains when it comes to this viability study? Okay, first off, starting from the last question, viability study for itself is so that the client can verify whether that is viable technically and financially. And number two, sorry, the first question was, how long does it take to get this study done? That's a generic question. No, good question. Well, you saw several examples that have been implemented in Europe and Asia. So it depends on the scope. It depends on what the client wants. If they want to have a local assessment only for their plant, or they want to have a slightly larger market assessment of the region, if they want to have a verification in comparison with other countries. But well, it's something that can be done from 3 to 6 months, a year, depending on what the scope of your need is. But these three projects that I mentioned, which are more simple projects, not a technical viability assessment, it's not a whole thing, it's just part of it. We got these done, we got these contracts done in 60 or 90 days. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll ask you to provide a round of applause for Luis. Thank you, everybody. When I was a kid, I wanted to be a TV presenter, or I wanted to act in soap operas. Ended up being neither. I ended up an engineer. But that's it. I wanted to thank you as well. Thank you for this opportunity. Thanks, guys. Thanks, everybody. Round of applause for Luis Mecca. Luis, thank you so much for your kindness in being here. It's great to have you here. Luis is the general manager for the Power Consulting Unit in Hitachi Energy in Latin America. Well, as usual, once again, you got to remember our QR code. So we will move towards the next presentation, which will have as a subject matter Baja Hidrogênio. We have our coordinator for MAWA Technology Institute. I would like to ask Mr. William Kurloff. Round of applause, please, if you'd be so kind. Good afternoon. My name is William Kurloff. I am a coordinator for a few activities in the MAWA Institute of Technology in São Caetano do Sul in the state of São Paulo. It's great to be here in the FIEC Summit in the state of Ceará. When Monica called us up, we're pretty happy. We have a contact with Monica because of one of the projects I'm going to show you. We're pretty happy to be here to be able to present a bit of what's happened in the academic sector within our institution. I think the main thing here is to try to instigate other teaching institutions to be able to push forward the area of R&D within the hydrogen environment, and renewable energy in general here in Brazil. So, what was the challenge for all of this? Well, I guess there's no way to start without introducing our institute. The Mauá Institute of Technology is divided into large areas, a university center and a research center. We're in Caetano do Sul in São Paulo, as I said. And the University Center will have a few courses that I'll show you, and the Research Center is where we discuss several matters. You can see a few of the sectors that the Research Center acts upon. There's a few others as well, but these are the main ones. So during these years, we just turned 60. We executed a lot of these things, but I'm going to focus more on this area here. If you're interested in talking about this with me and Gian, he's a student there, Professor Clayton's here as well. He can help us out as well to speak about this. But the automotive sector, we have the division of motor vehicles, that's where we have a lot of our research regarding vehicles, not just within the environment of the hydrogen, but regarding all matters regarding hydrogen. And here we have a few companies that we attend or we've worked with as well. If you're interested in talking about services that we can provide for you and we may be able to execute for you, we put this up here so you understand a little bit more about what we've done. So in the academic sector, we have courses not just in engineering, but we've also acted on administration, computer science, IT, and AI. Today we have architecture, the new international relations course. So we are having a pretty wide reach at the campus, and we've put up a few of these courses last few years, especially during the pandemic. We're well known for engineering, but there's a few other courses here as well. I can't not mention SAE Brazil because we're talking about Baja powered by hydrogen. We have folks here that are part of these competitions of SAE Brazil. SAE, fundamentally, it was an automobile engineering society. But today, we can say it's not just about that. It's evolved to something a bit more towards mobility. So, we sort of reached the point where we have to talk about hydrogen and renewable energy. That's why we started to talk about this. There's basically three large competitions. The first one is Baja. Baja is the off-road vehicle that needs to run for 4 hours continuously. I'm the coordinator for this activity in Mauá. This vehicle itself is powered by combustion. Now, we have a long history about this. We've been champs. We went to the US to compete. The other competition is the Formula. It's the biggest mechanical competition of student mechanical engineering for 500 cars in the world, 14 tests the world over. Actually, this year we reached place number 2. We're going to Michigan next year, taking our car there. It's a combustion powered vehicle, it's not an electric vehicle. And during the pandemic, SAE said, hey, look, Monica showed up and said, what are we going to do with this thing? We had the Baja Formula 1, we can't have more competitions. Why don't we start something new? So with the pandemic, we decided, okay, let's make a hydrogen-powered car. So here we have our hydrogen-powered car. You have an F1 and Baja. You have a Baja. Put up a Baja to work here. The car for this year itself, but I'm going to tell you more about the story here. We had several challenges here to be able to reach this. So, yeah, it's a competition. So it's the only competition in the world about students that talks about hydrogen-powered vehicles. This awakened the interest of the whole world about this. Monica can actually talk about this a bit more. Europe, the US, Asia, everybody's keeping their eye on us because it was the first competition for a hydrogen-powered vehicle. But at the time we only had this. It was a sort of an old chassis for a Baja there and a bunch of ideas that we started to put into practice, which was to put down what they imagined would be a hydrogen-powered vehicle. That was in 2020, 2021, so around those times. So we got support from several companies. This is very important, you know. You want to note that you can have this car without a lot of finances from the university itself because, well, SEG gave us a BRM, which was our engine. Ballard gave us the fuel cell. Cuttis handed us the battery. Vegna, at the time, gave us a converter. You can understand a bit more why. Air Products itself handed us the hydrogen and the cylinders. So at that point, everything was a theory. So we sort of had a pre-theoretical selection. That's where we got the cell, and we evolved towards getting the first car. That's 2022. Sadly, we didn't get it to move, and now in 2023, this one did move. It was the competition. It was actually the only car that moved in this year's competition. So effectively, we have a car. It sadly didn't get here, but it'll be here tomorrow. You have a stand over there on the left hand side. You're going to see the car there tomorrow. It's cool. You're going to be able to understand a little bit more. All right. So if I'm rushing, you'll let me know. But it's just that there's a lot of stuff to say. Gian is also going to say a few things. So the team structure, I think it's nice to speak about this. I segment the three teams in this way. I wanted to let you know this. Basically, I tried to divide the project. So in the project, we have all these subsystems. Actually, in Formula Baja, we're going to have a few more things because there's going to be hydrogen of Baja in the Formula. But I divided into three large areas. The hydrogen area, the mechanics sector, which is basically what we're dealing with for everything regarding Baja products, so brake, suspension, structure, transmission, so forth, and not just the electric sector, the software, the controls, it's all there. So you have the three larger areas, and one thing that not every team has, but I advise you to have, is that something that we got a lot learned this in the DTM for F1, which is an integration system where you need to integrate all this stuff to get it working. So we have this in the free teams. It just helps us out a lot. But notwithstanding, I don't want to be here if I didn't have a good administrative department with the team. So I still have these four sectors to be able to get this working. This all work. I have finances, human resources. I got marketing, and I have IT working for me the whole time. Everybody, whether they're students or ex-students, getting all this to work. That's our structure. Cool. So a bit about hydrogen itself. The basic structure of the functioning hydrogen is this. We can go into further detail later, but I wanted to make this clear. We had Ballard here helping us out with the cell, and Air Projects helping us out with the cylinder. The hydrogen itself, if it wasn't for other supporters, this would be non-viable. We have Harris, which provided for our pressure regulator. Bucket, what provided the solenoid. Behind our friend here is the Metallurgic FL, which helped us out with the routing, the hydraulic connections, and so forth. Why do I say this? Because if you go after companies, everybody's interested in supporting, and we got the support to make this all possible. So it's been great for us to work with companies and get this support. And if mechanical sector, we got everything from Baja. We have all this, what not just a combustion vehicle, but it's an electrical vehicle. We adapted the transmission and other adaptations that weren't that many. Well, the cell must be fixed to the car. So the brake, all parts, we copied this, and we had some room beneath it to get our battery mag. It's not just power, but a fuel, but there's a battery mag, so that we can either charge for the battery with the hydrogen itself, and then Gian will explain a bit more, or we can get a boost, and we can consume the boost from the battery plus the cell. I'm gonna let Gian explain this more. So here for our conquest, we got in 2021 a prize from Siemens. We had a simulation for our car. The simulation was very similar to what they imagined would be a real thing. So we got a prize from this move here. These two were first place in 2022, and as well as 2023, we were second place generally in the competition. So that was basically it. That's our results. Back to the competition. Now in August, we made the car evolve a lot. The car's moving now. It's actually regenerating, something that we haven't managed to do. So we'll, here tomorrow, we'll be able to get it moving. So none of this would have been possible if there weren't a few academic works. This is one of them. This was done as a grad project and a course project. So headed by Professor Clayton. He can speak a bit more about this. He's going to be talking about other projects that we had in the institute as well. The thing here was we got the cell from Ballard here, and you wanted to prove that which they said in the manual, speaking about what was the efficiency and the positions, the charging positions, about the functioning. So we came up with this graph here, and didn't just work in this schematics, but it was made actually practical. So we kind of had a a central structure that would allow us to receive all this. And this cylinder here was just for the startup of the cell. But the main idea would be that we hang this tiny cylinder here for air products. We could measure the mass of the hydrogen consumption that it happens. So we have a cell charge here, hanging here. We have it right here. And with that, we were consuming this, we would get a bit more of what was happening. I mean, sure, we would have to have an adaptation so that the cell would have a sort of funnel to be able to get the hydrogen in and the whole structure. And also to simulate the charges, we had a resistance bank within this drum right here. This recipient with water so we could simulate several charges. So having done that, we reached three main results. We simulated the temperature here. Let me see the side. So we saw what was the ideal temperature profile and what was happening. We sort of had a growth, a reduction, and potency. The important thing is that at the end we got the result. This chart we're seeing here, the orange one, is the reduction in mass, how much we're consuming of the hydrogen mass. And here in the blue chart, this is the several types of charge and potency that we're consuming. Starting from these two results, we got to a final result for the efficiency of our cell. So the blue line is what the manual gave us, and the green is what we proved. So on average low charges, our error was about 4.5%. On the higher loads, because the error was 10%, but that's the kind of work we've done. We managed to evolve, get to where we were, so that we could get a working hydrogen car in competitions. So that's my first part. Now I'm gonna let Gian Pasquale speak so that he can explain the rest. Hey everybody, how's it going? My name is Gian Pasquale, and I'm the current captain of the H2 team, and I'm gonna speak about the challenges, what we needed to do to be able to set up a car, build a car that can now work powered by hydrogen, create its own energy. So before anything else, we needed to establish three pillars, three key three principles which we will base our car. First off, robustness. It needed to be a robust car. It couldn't it couldn't break down for whatever reason without knowing what was going on. This is something that we managed to deal with quite well, starting from the Baja platform. We had a pretty robust project for Baja, which we can work with. On the electrical part, we managed to reach that as well, this level of robustness, especially because of our safety, because everything that needs a certain level of safety, a more higher level of safety, has 2 or 3 layers of security to guarantee that everything will work as it needs to work. Next pillar, efficiency. We know that there's no point in the car being robust if it would move, especially in our case where we're working with relatively low potency. Our fuel cell is 2 kilowatts, and if we didn't have a good efficiency, the kilowatts would not be enough to be able to get the car moving at a speed which would be worth calling a car. That's something that we managed to read as well. Actually, we managed to measure the efficiency, and we managed to reach 45 to 50% efficiency from the cylinder to the wheel, which is quite good. It's much better than most cars that move in the streets nowadays. Third pillar, it's accessibility. So we wanted to be an example for all other universities to show that any university that has a Baja platform or a Formula platform would be able to transform this car into a hydrogen-powered car. We believe we've managed to reach this principle. We've managed to develop a car that is accessible financially, sometimes even if you don't have so much support from the university. But scientifically, it's not that complex. There's not so much stuff that people need to, well, sure, you'll need to learn a lot, but it's not a huge, impossible learning curve. It is completely doable. Proof of accessibility is our choice of SDC. I'm going to speak a bit more about this further on. That at the start in 2020, there were several options of the CDC to be able to make it work, DC-DC. First one was Syncor. Problem was that it was low potency, low power. So you have several versions of this DC-DC. To be able to reach the 2,000 watts of the fuel cell, we saw that it was not very viable since DC-DC is not made to work in parallel with similar DC-DCs. So we thought it will be necessary to create our own solution for a converter. And well, then we thought it would be better to create our own solution. We developed the project, we bought the components, but we didn't manage to control the PWM for the converter in a reliable manner, so it ended up being non-viable for us due to a lack of robustness. It was not very robust, not very resistant. So a short time later, SAE gave us a solution. And not just for us, but for all the teams, right, in the competition, which would be to use an inverter, a forklift inverter, together with transformer, and a bridge, which would be a very robust solution, and it will be accessible because since we're handing these inverters for everybody. Well, we noticed that it would not be that efficient. We did not discard this option, but we continued to search for other options, and we managed to find a DC-DC converter in a market that had very good efficiency and a max power that was actually pretty good, almost 1,300 watts, which would be enough to get the car moving at a decent speed, and its price was very accessible. So any university could buy one of these converters. So we ended up having these two solutions as being our options. So the upper image, we have the competition solution. The lower one is the market solution. You can see the difference in the size. We set up a chart to be able to define which one would be the one that we would use. So we said, okay, the competition one can reach 2,100, 2,100, market 1,200. Okay, what does this affect? Since the efficiency of the competition was 60%, in the end, it managed to provide for the car. It gets to the engine 1,200 or so watts, which isn't too far from our market converter due to having such a higher efficiency. So just because of that, we picked the market converter. But other things that ended up pushing us towards it was the fact that Auditorium already had a current and internal tension controls. We don't need to control that externally. The competition one did not have this option, and also the side you saw, it was huge, a huge size difference. And also, once we had chosen the converter, we could redo the tests that we have in the 2020 converter, 2021 converter, to be able to recalibrate the sensor. So this was the old setup. Our new setup is the same setup, but we just reconfigured things. So to see if we could recalibrate, even without the converters, we could recalibrate the temperature sensor, the current, the pressure sensors. Once we had calibrated the sensors, we need to calibrate one more thing before be able to put the converter and validate it as well, which was our temperature control, where we used the Nichols method to calculate the PWB, which is the method where you put the proportional constants to 0, the derivative integrative variance, and you find a constant so that when you step on your set point value, your response in the system will oscillate infinitely. With that, you can calculate the other constants. We noticed that it worked out fine, and we increased the current and the optimal temperature, and the real temperature basically went through no problem with an offset of 1 degree Celsius. So in the other test, we diminished the current, and we saw that the control remained very good. We managed to use this very well up to 30 degrees Celsius, because from there the cell cannot generate as much heat and is very close to room temperature. So temperature controls are not so effective, but for us, we noticed that this was not going to be a problem since we were not going to be using them in very low temperatures. So once we had validated this, we managed to test out our DC-DCs. We noticed that we could pull up more than 1,000 watts from the converter. It was at 20 amperes, 50 volts, and the fuel cell was at 28 volts, 36 amperes. So the efficiency of the converter was proven here, 90-ish percent. And we had some functional tests. We increased the current, tension stayed the same, sort of. And we had a stress test here where we left these 1000 watts for a long time. We noticed that the system stayed stable. So the converter didn't heat up too much, and we managed to sort of keep these 1000 watts stable. Once that was working, we can now move towards the engine side of things, which is what in fact makes the car move. Since we want it to be a accessible solution instead of very expensive controllers, we used one that was cheaper. We saw that it was possible to use this controller. This was a test table. Yeah, the batteries are kind of behind there. And over here we have the controller where we develop a PCB where you connect an S32 and you can already reach several types of different signals. It communicates. And one interesting thing about this controller is that it is interchangeable between, you can control the engine and the fuel cell. So we didn't need to develop two different PCBs for this. We just developed one. And it was useful for both cases. Once we had our controller working, we needed to make it so that the SP and the engine to communicate. So for that, we developed a program where it reads a DBC, which is basically a dictionary. So every component that works with the CAN will have a DCB file, which is a dictionary that reads the messages that are being sent. So it reads this file, and it transforms it in an SP library automatically, and then that spares us hours and hours of work. So it simplified our life quite a bit. Once we had this working, we could actually get the tests done. We can see the controller here, and we have the accelerator as well. We limited the torque on the motor by a lot so that it doesn't fly off to the sky. And we can see that it works fine. The engine just works once you hit the accelerator, and it stops once you hit the brake. And then after months of development, we managed to finally ride the car. It works fine, just as is. Thank you. Cool. So now we have the questions and Q&A session. So let's see if we have any questions. Once again, if you haven't made your questions yet, please access the QR code so that we may read these questions for our speakers. Let's go. Question 1. What are the perspectives for the vehicle market for hydrogen? How do you assess this market? What are the risks associated to this? If you would kindly answer that. Okay, so it's a complex question. We were speaking about this earlier. What are the amount of pressure that we're going to have in our cylinders and our vehicles? And that's still something that must be talked about to know how much we're going to put in. To make this commercial, we have a deficit of how much we will be able to load up our cylinders 700 bar. That's a difficulty we have in the matrix, supply matrix, that we need to keep in mind and we need to be careful. When it comes to the tech involved, everything is done. You can see, students make the car work. It can work. That's not an issue. In the industry, we're not going to have an issue. It's more related towards the supply system, thinking about how we're going to set up logistics to be able to, and also the safety of the vehicles themselves. But that's a matter about thinking about how we're going to set up our fuel tanks. But the car is there. The technology is there. I hope you'll take a look at the car here tomorrow. It's great. It's what it's like. Question 2, last question. How do you see the comparison between the hydrogen engine and the other engine, the combustion engine, and this vehicle that he just showed us? Please. I'm going to start answering. Jan will finish the answer, but well, all of us know the efficiency of the internal combustion engines, and the best case scenario, optimistically, I'm not even talking about the engine itself, for Baja, which is a stationary, we're talking about maybe 35% efficiency. John's going to talk about what we faced, what we call the tank, the reservoir to the wheel when it comes to estimates. I'm talking about 35% efficiency just in combustion. If we put this into, okay, what we had for a hydrogen tank up till the wheel, you're going to be pretty surprised. I think that this can sort of condense the whole future, you know? So the TCC that we had, we proved that the efficiency of the cell and average potency, which was we used, was around 50%. So from tank to cell, we have 50%. From cell to batteries, passing through the converter, we managed to measure 93%. And then, after the converter, to the engine. The engine has an efficiency of 83, 85% tops, and the max efficiency is 3000 RPM. So we reduced this to 3000 so that when we had the speed that we wanted to, 3000, our rotations, which are 30, 35 kilometers per hour. So if you add up the efficiency at the end, compiling all this, you'll have around 42% to 45% efficiency on its max efficiency, which is way better than combustion. When it comes to speed, I know a lot of folks that think that it's more interesting to compare speed. We managed to get pretty good speed on this little car. It reached 40 to 45 kilometers per hour. And this is because it still doesn't have the max power of the fuel cell. It's just half. So next year, we'll fix this up. We have a converter that will be able to get the whole 2 kilowatts of the fuel cell. And then the possibilities are endless. Round of applause for our friends John Pasquale and William Kurilov, coordinator of the Mao Institute of Technology. Thank you for your presence.
Thank you so much. Welcome to FIEC Summit. We're here at FIEC Summit, and it's easy for us to see the high level of the discussions and themes and the themes that are addressed. I'm going to remind you of the QR code that we have here available where you can submit your questions, continue participating. It's very important to see your participation here. Let's move on to our next panel, which will talk about UK energy transition business environment and setup. We will have with us the commercial consultant and leader in Latin America and the Caribbean and energy systems, Felipe Cruz. Felipe, welcome. It's a pleasure to have you here with us. Feel free. Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me? It's kind of weird speaking with these earphones on, but that's okay. I'd like to thank the invitation that was extended to me, especially Constantino, and I thank him for this invitation and being able to be a part of this really cool event. Do we have a pointer for the slides? Oh, here it is. Well, I'm Felipe Cruz. I work at Energy Systems Catapult Innovations and Technology Center in the UK, created by the British Agency for Energy Transition. I'm going to go through this really quickly, and then we'll move on to the more interesting, or I hope it will be more interesting part for you. Let's talk about the transition strategy. From 15 years ago, the UK government decided to create some institutions to serve as a bridge between private initiative industries and government innovation ecosystem related to academia and innovative ecosystems. We have 9 catapults in total in different. We have them in satellite applications, advanced medicine, advanced manufacturing, in terms of energy assistance, our mission is to unleash innovation and open new markets to capture the clean growth opportunity. And the main theme here, hydrogen, is one of the vectors that we are betting on as an important one in our matrix or future low carbon energy matrix. We usually divide our reason for existing into three. One is to accelerate the UK to meet zero carbon in 2050, and that is a legal obligation. We call them carbon budgets. And every 6 years, we have an independent committee called the Climate Change Committee, which tells us the levels of reduction that the government has to meet to be able to achieve net zero until 2050. And if that is not if we don't implement practices, we have legal and political consequences. We work to accelerate the innovation ecosystem, whether it is creating the conditions needed in the market or directly acting through startups and British innovationists. And another part of our role, here we go back again to the slide, is to plan what these future low carbon energy systems are going to be. So now we have a fuel fossil based system, and what it's going to be in the future is pretty uncertain. We talk about designing the low cost paths to decarbonization, but since that's something that is led through technology, we have uncertainties surrounding the priorities of innovation where investments need to be channeled. So we have this risk factor. Talking about the industrial strategy of the UK government, this is something that began about 10 years ago. Industry is important everywhere. In the UK, it represents about 10%. 2 million green jobs are projected until 2030. So the UK sees this energy transition as a huge opportunity, economic opportunity to generate new jobs and better jobs with better pay. As part of the innovation strategy, they opted for the clusterization based on emissions. And on top of that clustering, we developed a roadmap that involves the implementation of clusters that are focused on hydrogen, that go from elements related to innovation per se, and here we insert pilots and demonstration, SID markets to begin the development of the chain value related to that. Harvesting carbon is also essential within the UK government strategy. First we had 2 clusters, and then later on, in the middle of the next decade, we intend to double that to 4. There's an investment of £20,000 that was announced a few months before that is allowing the UK to implement clusters with hydrogen storage capacity. Under the point of view of technology and innovation, as I said, this green revolution is a revolution boosted by technology. So a great part of the work that we are developing in terms of defining these priorities in innovation are also based on low regret innovation. So what do we have to start implementing right now? Because the chance of them being very important in this future system, low carbon system, are very, very high. And this passes through elements that are on the market and are feasible economically. The implementation of harvesting and transport, of carbon harvesting and transport, and other elements related to the fuel switching aspect, where hydrogen is one of the low carbon vectors. So as I said, demonstration plants need to be in place, and that's important to accelerate. And that also helps decrease the costs. In terms of decarbonization of industries, we have four focal points for decarbonization. Once again, harvesting, storage, and use of carbon, that is critical. The UK has a very favorable geology, a high number of old oil wells in the Northern Sea that have a huge capacity of more or less, I don't remember the number exactly, but something like gigatons that can be permanently stored. Gigatons of carbon that can be permanently stored. Then we have the technological acceleration for the use of this carbon. And we need a source of carbon so that we can reach that. And fuel switching is exactly alternative fuel power generation. And the alternative fuels will fulfill the role of displacing coal. But that's another vector, a low carbon vector, and the UK adopts a completely agnostic position in terms of colors. We don't use turquoise, blue, green. What we look at are economically viable, low carbon routes. So we're waiting for the private sector to accelerate this so that the cost is the main driver in this chain value. Talking about electrification, the electrification heat for the industry, technologies that involve low temperatures. So we're talking about 300, 400 degrees Celsius. These are technologies already available. Most of the innovation has been involving high temperatures, which are 300 degrees Celsius and above. And there's a lot of money being invested into this acceleration. And here you can see a little bit of how this clusterization strategy has unfolded in these clusters in terms of infrastructure. The size of the circles you see over there represent the volume of emissions within these clusters. So the Humberside cluster in the east of the country is the highest in terms of emissions, and these 6 clusters represent something around 55% of the industrial emissions in the UK. What is the purpose of clusterizing? First, optimizing the infrastructure. So we're able to concentrate whether it's a hydrogen pipeline or CO2 pipeline. We are able to facilitate the decarbonization of industries around that area. And you have the synergy among several industries. Sometimes a byproduct from one industry can be used as an input into an industrial process of another. That's the example of reuse of CO2 in a concept of circular economy. In all of these projects, you can see that infrastructure for hydrogen, low carbon hydrogen, and transporting and storing CO2 are all present. And always surrounding these clusters, you will see you will see offshore wind farms prioritarily in the UK. Until 2030, the goal, I don't remember the number now, the goal is to generate 50 tons, I think. That's a little bit about synergy in this low carbon world, the interconnection among sectors, fields, energetic vectors, energy vectors. It's much greater than what we know in our present reality. And that is something that energy systems lives by. When we're designing these future low carbon systems, what we do is a whole systems approach is what we use. We use a holistic and systemic approach because everything is interconnected. Everything is interrelated. And there are regulatory political decisions that can reflect and bring complications to other sectors and literally eliminate potential opportunities for business if you don't think holistically in how these multiple sectors interconnect. So when I talk about we need to think systemically about how these multiple entities interconnect. If you look within these clusters, the one that I showed in the previous slide, you'll see exactly all of these industries that are spread out throughout these large industrial clusters in the UK. So we're able to create synergy to allow that the technology advances and that the costs decrease. This is critical in this energy revolution that we are experimenting for the first time. I mean, there are many theories, but you can consider that we are now experiencing the fifth energy revolution. We had biomass, then water, electricity, oil, and now we're basing our transition on renewable energy. And for the first time, we're not migrating to a new energy vector that is more convenient or cheaper. So costs are very critical for us to move forward. If you've seen the presentations on the over there on the other side, we talked about Green Deal in Europe, ARA in the US, and these public initiatives are making some vectors financially viable, such as hydrogen. So the technological acceleration is critical so that we can reach our goals for decarbonization. And the interconnection, this all-encompassing way of thinking, it is critical to accelerate technologies. As part of the industrial strategy, I don't know if it's exactly a consortium, but there's a project called Industrial Decarbonization Innovation Center where you can see the largest and best UK universities and those of the world. They are all part of this. So there's a strategy behind it from applied research to the connection with industries so that they can bring these technologies into the market through pilots and up until the commercial scale where they may possibly become products for global commerce, which is the final goal. Social and economic benefits through green energy, avoiding a climatic emergency. So here we have an example of what has been done to support the industry and government in the process of decision making. It's expensive. Decarbonizing the economy is expensive, and especially when we talk about the fiscal restrictions of governments, they are gigantic. So we have to make hard decisions because the resources available are limited. So part of our role is to help the public and private initiatives in their decision making. So in places where you don't have a huge political support in terms of implementation of public policies, a good part of our analysis is that this needs to be led by the private initiative. An analysis based on emission volume makes a lot of sense. So the results of infrastructure and investment has to happen in this model. In other models where the evolution is led by the government or public authorities, it's a different scenario. So looking at this economic and political scenario, a lot of the difficult decisions we try to direct the private and public sectors in these hydrogen markets and other energy vectors. We have different examples here where we analyze this need, and it will be the need for a hydrogen economy. So we'll need hydrogen pipes leading to the industrial clusters. Others where the investment doesn't happen, but we have reservoirs that can store CO2, and countries that have great know-how, marine know-how, we use transportation of the CO2 to offloading ports. So we see several countries that we have been interacting with, among them Brazil. We need to reach carbon zero until 2050 to avoid the temperatures from rising over 1.5. This has been shown to be a challenge. The temperatures are arriving at 1.5 a lot before we expected. And we divide what we do in three great blocks in terms of what we do to achieve neutrality. The first, and this is definitely a role of the public authorities, those who are going to invest, one thing they don't want is a change in government. They want a clear view of where the country is going. We've been talking about hydrogen a lot, but how much of the Brazilian matrix in 2050 will hydrogen be a part of? These types of answers, the government has to respond to the market so that the market can invest in the speed and the volume that is needed. The second element is bringing innovation forward and creating a local chain. So there are opportunities for you to develop technologies and develop a supply chain that will take this opportunity for growth, for green growth, and seize it. So there are difficult decisions to be made at this time, which are issues like, should I produce hydrogen and continue as a country that exports commodities? Because hydrogen, will it become just another commodity because Brazil has a great export potential? Or should I make the decisions that I need to integrate this vector into my chain, and at the same time change my level in the value chain? And last, the innovation element. I work with innovators. I work with the academia. Now I have to connect that to the capital markets, whether it's through ventures or others, startups, straight with venture capitalists or private equity firms. So this is a concept that we call one-stop accelerator. We need to bring this technology to the market, transfer this technology, and transform it into commercial opportunity. And here I would like to highlight the importance of collaboration. Why is it essential for us to reach zero carbon at the time that is established? Many things. One of them we call level playing fields. which is a fair competition, so to speak. So we need to create internationally and collaboratively standards so that everyone is playing through with the same rules. So the more synergy and the more countries discuss, the easier it is to standardize. As I said, in the UK, we don't adopt colors for hydrogen. We adopt low carbon standards. If my low carbon is different from that of another country, it means that we're not playing by the same rules. And there's the issue of scale economy. The more people, the more demand, and the faster that will be decreasing the cost. And here we have a graph that shows exactly that, scenarios with and without collaboration. Basically, in the projection of IEA, we don't reach 2050 with neutrality without intense collaboration in the international scenario. Their projection shows that it is estimated to be reached without collaboration in 40 years further than the goal established. And here we have a difference in cost in these technologies with or without international collaboration. The biggest hurdle that we have in energy right now is cost, so international collaboration is essential. Well, a great part of my work is this interface, this liaison between UK and Brazil. So how do I see bilateral opportunities between the countries so that we can accelerate the energy transition and at the same time absorb this economic and social aspect of the transition? What do you want to be in the value chain? A simple exporter, where you decarbonize your extraction chain, produce low carbon hydrogen and export it, but then you import green iron or decarbonized vehicles? Or do you change where you're inserted in the value chain, in the global value chain, and begin exporting benefited merchandise? Another thing that I see that is very important in terms of synergy between countries is the concept that the UK adopted in terms of clusterization and the movement that is happening not just here in Ceará, but also ports here in the northeastern region. So we have Suape and others. So usually the economic growth would happen through energy consumption. We saw that in the graphs. And we can see here that from the end of the 90s, that's no longer true. But when we move from the macro view of energy consumption and focus on industrial energy consumption and the GDP, you can see that they are very much aligned, and it will become increasingly aligned. Because in the same way that several countries lost industries to cheaper labor in the southeast of Asia, the main industrialization driver of manufacturers, if you have a low carbon system, provision system, and cheap energy, that is going to be the central reason for attracting investments and reindustrializing. That's a concept that people have called power shoring. So it's going to be a main element in Brazil to reindustrialize the country, and the northeastern region has all the conditions to lead this. And another issue is that the ports, they induce growth. Brazil's growth happens and has the potential to be even greater through the ports, because there's an entire chain that involves the services of the port, manufacturing, which is usually in the outskirts of those ports, and the value chain that leaves from there. And there's also the the naval industry, where you have the know-how in naval production. You have the means to produce low carbon, not just ships and engines, but the entire fuel industry and the creation of green ocean routes.
All the conditions to get this done. At the end of my presentation, according to opportunities, what I call technology leapfrogging, I know that not a lot of money was and is invested in basic research that already happens in academia. So there is a gap in the process and the innovation cycle of Brazil that is related mainly to this low carbon economy. The attention and the idea that this is a huge economic opportunity was not given at the point where other economies were investing a lot, like the UK's. So the UK has academic excellence. The 10 best universities in the world, 4 are British. So all this applied research for development, the UK has a high level of excellence. The problem that we have faced, for instance, in the UK is what we call technological translation. How do we bring this to the market? So in this green ball, this green circle is where we have technological excellence in the UK. There is a scale developed by NASA to measure technological readiness, which is TRE 5, 6, depending on the technology. 7, we have high, good conditions to bring this over, but we have a hard time connecting at the end. In a few sectors specifically, we have a hard time because we simply do not have this industry in the UK. So we developed this in academia, but at the point where we connect to the industry, not necessarily, the industry does not necessarily exist in a country. So how do we go from this valley of death, this deep tech valley, to an international partnership? That's part of the role that catapults have. So you bridge the gap between research and industry. You use the opportunity for industrial collaboration to jump past this valley of doom when it comes to demonstration and connecting to industry. I have no doubt that a partnership with Brazil has another profile, industry profile. It's an opportunity for us to skip past this valley of doom and develop value chains in both economies, generating better jobs, social prosperity, and economic prosperity. That's what I had to say. I'm right on time. I hope that was useful. And I don't know if we have time for questions. Round of applause, please, for Felipe. We do have time. One question. Very cool what we were saying about the importance of associating, of giving value, collaboration between two nations such as Brazil and the UK. I have a question here. It's from Ms. Giuselini of the Geology Department of the Federal University of Ceará. Raise your hand, please, Professor. Well, the question is regarding the critical minerals. They're called strategic minerals. So the magnesium, graphite, neoquartz, high purity for semiconductors. These are minerals that are very important for energy transition. What is the likelihood of a partnership? I understand that the professor wants to know regarding partnerships with Ceará in the UK, specifically in a green hydrogen hub. What's your thinking regarding that? About a year and a half ago or 2 years ago, the UK launched a critical mineral strategy, and these minerals that you mentioned, they are on the list. If I'm not mistaken, there's 18 minerals that are considered to be critical, especially due to their scarcity, be it due to the reserves or the processing issues. A few of them, I believe, there's 10 on the watch list, so they have the potential of becoming critical because maybe demand will go up, substantially go up. There are possibilities starting from the point of research and development, these collaborative programs which involve researchers or scientists for acceleration of technologies. There's also the opportunities, but from a commercial point of view, trading point of view. So the stock market in London is the biggest clearance stock market for the mineral mining sector, several of the companies that act there, they are either British or they are in the stock market there. So a huge one is Anglo American. It's a British company. There's a few colleagues from the British government. They work in the Department of Commerce, of Trade, that definitely they have the conditions to support this type of initiative with a partnership with local companies. Great. Ladies and gentlemen, Felipe Cruz, if you liked it, round of applause, please. He is the consultant and leader at Systems Catapult. Thank you so much for being here. One more very excellent presentation at FIEC Summit 2023. And we move on. Once again, reminding you all about our QR code. So we will now have the following subject: green hydrogen applied to mobility. I would like to call attention to, ladies and gentlemen, we were in the UK. We will now take a trip to Spain. So, green hydrogen applied to mobility. Barcelona project. I have the joy of inviting the specialist in green energy mobility, Victoria Torres. Hey, good afternoon. Music's still on. The PowerPoint. Let's see. That's great. Thanks. Good afternoon, everyone. First off, I'd like to thank you for the chance to be here. It's a pleasure to speak a bit about what we're working on the green hydrogen team when it comes to the energy, as well as the Iberdrola team, which we're a part of. For those that don't know me, I'm Victoria Torres. I'm graduated through FRN in electrical energy. I've worked since 2018 in the energy sector, and recently I joined the Ana Energia in February to be able to develop the green hydrogen business. So the idea is for me to speak about Ana Energia, speak about the context of hydrogen in the Brazilian context, and a few specific scenarios as well. Speak a bit about the emission of greenhouse gases, a few projects in Iberdrola in Brazil as well, like No Energia. And for the first time, we'll be presenting our R&D in the state of Ceará. A bit about Energia. It is one of the giants of the Brazilian electric sector. There's more than 25 years investing in transmission, generation, commercialization of energy. Recently, they've invested in a few sectors aimed towards decarbonization, such as the case of green hydrogen, industrial green solutions, which Felipe will be speaking about tomorrow in the same panel. Same time, Energia likes to be a pioneer in sustainable technologies. For instance, when it comes to renewable energy a few years ago, Ana Energia was a pioneer, and we'd like to extend this pioneering towards the green hydrogen sector. We have 90% of energy in our energy matrix, which is renewable, 5.3 gigawatts of installed capacity, and terawatts installed in the last year. We are also part of the Iberdrola group, which is one of the giants of the electric sector on a worldwide level, more than 170 years of history. Iberdrola is a world leader when it comes to renewable energy as well. More than 40,000 employees, works in 30 countries in the world, provides energy for about 100 million clients in the whole world as well. So, through Iberdrola's eyes that is acting in hydrogen a few years ago, our Department of Green Hydrogen was developed in Brazil as well. Understood a bit about the potential in the country. Basically, our department was created through this, and I'm sure that this is why Brazil is so relevant when it comes to green hydrogen. I think that today you must have heard quite a bit on this panel as well. The potential really is absolutely true. Last year we had 92% when it comes to energy generation and renewable energy. And on its own, it's enough to certify green hydrogen. Any green hydrogen produced from an electrolyzer connected to the grid according to the certification criteria of Europe. But I wanted to call attention to another 2 points that are very relevant when it comes to why Brazil is such a reference point in this process. The first one is the matter of the Brazilian capacity to produce products with added value. This is intrinsic to that which is mentioned in Brazilian neo-industrialization, as well as a robust infrastructure of electricity in the country. To produce added value products in Brazil, we understand that Brazil is the fourth largest consumer of hydrogen fertilizers in the world, and we import about 95 to 90 to 95% of these fertilizers. This has a very high logistical cost connected. We become very dependent on importing from the external market and all the inherent fluctuations. We are also the second largest producer of iron ore and the ninth producer of steel. So we have an internal demand that is connected to this. So we have potential to bring. So there's also the robust electrical structure. We have a huge differential in this process, which is our interconnected national system. Basically, this allows us to, for instance, generate energy that the northeast in the country and consume it through a hydrogen plant connected to a fertilizer producer in Mato Grosso do Sul, which is the highest consumer of fertilizer in the country and reduces the logistical costs connected to this process. This basically makes it very clear that we will eventually become producers, consumers, exporters of green hydrogen, but also of added value products, making it so that we avoid commit a few errors in the past of becoming simply commodity exporters. All right. On top of this, we have a very important point, which is a new movement that is happening from a regulation point of view. We have several POs moving greenhouse and also a national plan for green hydrogen. And the country would basically position the country as a country with a lot of interest of being a leader in this world scenario. When we talk about greenhouse gases and emissions, we know that the country, even if it is a country with a lot of renewable energy, with a renewable, and the greenhouse gas emissions is the highest, seventh highest. So we have a lot of emissions in the planet. So when we analyze the sectors, a few sectors are the main ones: the use of land, agriculture, cattle raising, and bringing attention to subsectors that are very relevant as well, which are the subsectors of transport and fuel burning that together they are responsible for more than 265 million tons of CO2 equivalent in a year. But one more thing that I liked a lot when I was studying these emissions is understanding these emissions are depending on the social economic profile of each state. When you analyze a few specific states, even if the use of land and forest is the highest emission in the country, when we analyze a few specific states, this isn't necessarily true. As an example, I have the emissions of Ceará. And in these emissions here of the state of Ceará, we can see a transformation that is very interesting to notice, which is the change of the largest emissions in the last 10 years. When you analyze the last decade, the most responsible sector for emissions is the energy sector, and we understand what is within the energy sector. We have other subsectors. The main one is the transportation subsector. So here in Ceará, the main subsector responsible for emissions is the transportation sector. This is why we chose to have a mobility panel today. Regarding how this fits into the green hydrogen scenario. Green hydrogen, it came in to enter sectors that are difficult to decarbonize due to the traditional methods or electric energies. There's a few sectors that are easy to decarbonize, substituting fossil fuels for electrical energy, but this cannot be done in every sector. For instance, the chemical industries, the fertilizer sector, heavy mobility. So green hydrogen is here to fill that gap. There are sectors that are seen as current opportunities and others are seen as future opportunities in the middle and long term. One example for current opportunities are the chemical sector, refineries, fertilizers, so sectors that already utilize hydrogen in their processes, but full fossil origin, and we can easily replace by green hydrogen. The future demand sectors and ones where we must alter the process, alter the equipment that will be receiving the hydrogen. This is why it will be seen as a future opportunity, because there's a retrofitting process, there's an initial necessary investment. And a lot of this comes from is where we need most investments, more incentives to be able to bring this to reality in an easier manner. Generally speaking, Neo Energy positions itself in the production of energy through electrolysis for the production of renewable energy. Hydrogen, of course, will go through electrolyzer, compressed, stored, and go towards its applications. So green hydrogen is already a reality in the Iberdrola group. As I said, we are part of a multinational Iberdrola. Iberdrola is more than 60 projects being developed, 2 operational projects. We'll be speaking a bit more about this. We act in the sector of green hydrogen, green methanol, green ammonia, and also nitrogenated fertilizers. We have partnerships with several companies developing these projects. Here I have a few of them: Sempra, Fertiberia, ABP, Tramo. We have partnerships with these companies for this project to happen. It's a very collective struggle. And speaking a bit about our operational projects, we have 2 projects ongoing in Spain, and a project that is being forecast for the start of this year. The first one is the Português project, is the green fertilizer plant where we work together with a company called Fertiberia. We actually deliver green hydrogen, and after Fertiberia works for the generation of decarbonized fertilizer. Green fertilizer is a 20 megawatts large electrolysis plant built in Europe, and that has a capacity of production of 3,000 tons per year. It went into operation in 2022. The second project I wanted to mention is a project which will go into operation at the end of this year. It is a project aimed towards refineries in the chemical sector. It happens in Castellón. It's a project 1.5 megawatts electrolysis. And finally, a project will be detailing, which is the TMB plant and the free zone in Barcelona, aimed towards mobility in this. Speaking a bit more about this objective we're talking about, here's the first project of mobility with green hydrogen in Spain. As I said, it's located in the free zone of Barcelona. It's in operation since January last year, and it was in a record time building of 6 months. So in 6 months it was set up. It was made through a budgeting. This bid was done by the Metropolitan Department of Barcelona, which deals with the transportation and the free zone of Barcelona. So it opened this bid, and together with several competitors, Iberdrola came in and they won this bid. And basically, it works with part of a photovoltaic renewable energy. It has an electrolyzer, several stages, a compressor as well, storage, and a dispenser. This dispenser has a pressure of 350 bar, so basically this means that it manages to supply heavy vehicles. And this bid had a few requirements that were specific to it. The company that won the bid, they needed to reach this was 10 years of supply. There was one that must be used for this company. This land was a bit larger than needed to build up the plant that was forecast. Thinking about that the company that won the bid would be able to make a slightly larger plant, and they could sell that excess as long as the one was equal or the same as sold to a TMB. You need to guarantee an initial volume that was sufficient to supply 8 buses with a forecast of setting up to 60 buses. And it was done through electrical energy, photovoltaic energy by Iberdrola, and 30% of the capex was subsidized by the government. Why did I bring this up to this panel? Well, because I think that it is a project where we can replicate this in Brazil, as long as, maybe you can get tropical for reality. It's a project that I think is very interesting in this aspect. There's a few technical aspects as well, most of them relating to pressure. So the company that would won this bid would be able to supply heavy transport, so for 150 bar, and they are very much related to the fueling time. So this is one of the big differentials. We get asked a lot whether the bus will be powered by hydrogen or electricity, trucks as well. I think that the idea is that the supply time, the fueling time, it would depend on the needs of the sector. Both can be done, but here we can supply 60 buses, 4 hours, 10 minutes fueling for 10 kilos of energy, 10 kilos of hydrogen, 15 minutes among the buses. So the big differential of hydrogen is time. For those of you that know the logistical sector, this is very relevant. Finally, I would like to present for the first time in Ceará our R&D project. We decided to replicate this TMB project in a slightly smaller scale here in Brazil. So we will be bringing a R&D project which will take place in Brasilia. For those of you that know the region, it's in Taguatinga, and the northern piston will be a supplying point for vehicles, photovoltaic plant, 350 kilowatts peak, 110 kilowatts. The big differential is different from Barcelona is that it has compression on 2 levels. The hydrogen can be supplied for heavy mobility, heavy vehicles, as well as lighter vehicles, so it can fuel passenger cars as well as buses, also forklifts, trucks, and so forth. That's basically what we had today. I would like to reaffirm that I do believe that Brazil has a big potential of being a leader during energy transition through hydrogen due to the factors I spoke about: renewable energy, the capacity, the ability to have added value projects or a robust electrical system, and energy. We know that this is very relevant. We want to be a part of this. So that's it, everybody. I am thankful for the opportunity. Round of applause for Victoria Torres, presenter for New Energia. I'll ask you to respond for one question that we got. One question. What would be, Victoria, the main challenge for the installment on a large scale for the main subsectors beyond investment in Brazil? What do you think about that? The main subsectors in the state of Ceará, or it can speak in a general manner? I think that at this point we need, well, the main subsectors, we need to, well, a few incentives. We know that green hydrogen today, financially, it's a bit more expensive. And fossil fuel is something that everybody's in the hydrogen sector. You know that the biggest point today is the off-taker, so we need a few incentives that make this viable on a point of view that is commercial. Bring in something that leaves the projects on a competitive cost, similarly competitive, or some company that, of course, is very integrated and must be part of this transition. So I think that's it. Great. Round of applause, please, for Victoria Torres. Representing. Thanks, Victoria. Thank you so much for your presentation. I hope you always feel welcome at the summit. Great to have you here. Everybody, once again, reminding you about our QR code for questions. Before we move on to the next subject, remember tomorrow is going to be a full day, starting at 9 a.m. here. Morning, afternoon, a wealth of knowledge in our FIEC Summit. We will now have next presentation. Once again, reminding you about a QR code, which will have as a subject green hydrogen. Nope, hold on. No, okay, here. This is it. We're going to be talking about green hydrogen, but we're going to be talking about ESG certifications, right? And also green hydrogen, which is very important for the market today. So we will have 3 guests. We'll ask the coordinator of the ESG core of FIEC, Alcileia Senna. We'll also have the environmental coordinator of Care Brazil, Silvia Renata Oliveira. We'll also have the CEO of Intraplast and Intraplac, Tom Alanda. These 3 will be with us right now. I ask you for a few minutes of time. Okay, let's just correct important information. Tom Alanda, he's the CEO of DCP Engineering. So that's a correction. We correct this. And in a few minutes, we're just waiting for our friends because this is a never seen before. This is the first panel where we'll have, 3 pros. Dividing time, present for their presentations for us. That they are really gracing us with their presence in FIEC Summit 2023. So let's get started in a few minutes. I think our friends are getting here. Auxilia Sena, coordinator of the ESG Core and the FIEC. Silvia Renata Oliveira, coordinator, Social Environmental Associate of Care Brazil, French Brazilian company. Tom Holanda as well. He's the CEO of BCP Engineering. Are they all here with us now? Where are they? I believe they are here. So a round of applause, please, for our guests, our free guests being here with us. Guys here.
Auxilia Sena, welcome. Come up to the stage. I got it. Okay. Good afternoon to everyone. Thank you for being here. It's a magnificent event. People that are so interesting, a wonderful networking opportunity, and we're going to shortly talk about two companies that were recently certified with the ESG sustainability certification by FIEC, the Federation of Industries of the State of Ceará, who now certifies companies that act and operate in line with the ESG agenda and sustainability in their productive processes. I am going to share the stage with Tom Holanda and Silvia from Care Brazil, two companies that recently were certified by FIEC. And of course, they are going to present themselves and their companies and share with us how interesting it is to work aligned with this theme and how the market within construction and energy, which is the market of these two companies, how the market sees this. I'm going to give the microphone, the floor to Tom. First of all, thank you for being here. Being here in the name of this audience, we are very thankful for sharing this experience with you. First of all, thank you, Auxilia. I'm from the construction center. I own BCP Engenharia, which has recently been certified. And I would like to first thank everyone for their presence and leave a message and incentive for those who need a partner. Seek out FIEC. They are very competent, and the construction sector is very complex. It's a vast segment. Let's talk concrete, for example, is the second substance that is most consumed in the world behind only water. And yet it doesn't represent 8% of global pollution. I am an example of someone who implemented sustainable practices, and I incentivize others to obtain their certification. I think the goal is to worry about the environment and the future. The future is right around the corner. So let's get certified and make it happen, because it is possible. Thank you so much. I'm going to give the floor. Congratulations to BCP. Tom is a great businessman from Ceará. He has wonderful construction works across the state. I have had the honor of seeing construction from the floor and up, how he buys inputs for his construction and raw materials, and all of this care in the production and construction of a building. It's very similar to producing a product. There are all of these steps, and it involves the productive chain as a whole, the acquisition of services, of raw materials, of labor. And BCP is extremely careful in this selection. When we talk about construction, usually we associate this to a lot of waste and residue, but BCP now has a top-notch product. It builds in line with balance of economy, between economy and environment. And they have their employees and the people that are going to make use of this construction. And once they construct something, they have responsibility for what they build. And it has been a pleasure to meet people like Tom that generate responsibly. Bishop Engenharia is going to leave their contact here. Please take a look at their website. It's very much worth it. See how the companies are working. Because we always talk about ESG agenda, how important it is, and we've been talking about sustainability a lot, but let's go beyond talking about it. Let's stick to examples. These companies are worth visiting. They're worth following, because it's not just a fad. It's not just a main title in a newspaper. It's not greenwashing. It's not. We have very serious companies acting within ESG and sustainability. Now, we're going to see that with Karen a little bit. And I see we have a pretty young audience here, and it's really important for you guys to see this as an opportunity for your careers. I'm a professor at Unifor, the University of Fortaleza, and we are now holding an MBA in ESGs, and our classes are packed. People want to know how they can progress, how they can act, because it's business people like them that are looking for professionals in this area. So let's show the world that this event is being transmitted to over 3,000 people, and everyone is asking about the sustainability agenda. And I'll repeat this is not a fad. I'm going to give the floor to Sylvia, who is going to speak in the name of CARE. She is a wonderful professional, and she has a story to tell. Good afternoon. Still, right? First of all, I'd like to thank you for the invitation. It is very, we've been partners for a long time. We've known each other for a long time, and we've worked on some themes. And now we're talking about ESG here. I tend to say that ESG at CARE is something that it was the same for all other companies. People need uh, to fit in with ESG, to align to ESGs, work with the community, work with governance. That is something that was not difficult for us because we had all of these pillars already internalized in our company, and they were widespread among our leaderships and our audience. Okay, is a company that here in Brazil is 5 years old. We're moving on to our 6th year. It's a completely different company within renewable energy. We actually work with energy transition, and we now have 3 farms that are fully operating, and we're implementing another one, our solar farm. So working with this is really good. It brings us great pleasure. And ESG brought us something that we already had. We can say it was a brief organization because the challenge reached us. And we asked, can we be certified by FIEC? And I said, of course we can. Let's do it. And we managed to do it. We obtained the AAA just like you. And we are now here sharing this experience. We're at the same level. We are So bringing this here today, bringing this experience to everyone, it feels great. And I'm going to leave my contact here, my contact details, social media. We're also here to share this information. Thank you so much, Silvia. You can see that they're great companies, everyone. Que is originally from France. It has wind farms in Trairi. I worked in Trairi in 4 companies. And I say that the only one that I didn't work in was Que, but I'm still very proud to see the social and environmental actions of Que. It's a company that actually has this in its DNA. The care team that is connected to social and environmental issues is a team that actually makes things happen and internalizes everything as culture, because ESG is culture. We need to understand that each of us can collaborate to the balance of Earth, to economic, uh, to economic. Uh, it brings us a lot of business opportunities. So when you stop to think about what construction generates in terms of residue, and that many times this residue is used again in new businesses, then you start participating in a grand cycle. At the time, I even became emotional when I thought about it. They used cement, they used iron from construction, to steel from construction, to build instruments for people with disabilities. And they involved everyone in this beautiful project and donated everything to the community. That is something that makes it different to the environment, to the community. It's something that is not going to a waste pile. It's going to health, to the community. It's ensuring quality of life. My father, he was sick and in bed, and I know how much a chair to shower someone with disabilities costs. I've heard that the next project is already in place, and each day that goes by, I fall in love more and more with these practices. So tell me, what was it like internalizing this in the company? Because I remember when I got to BCP, you showed governance actions and a lot of other things, and we could see that everything was in the DNA of BCP. Just like in Cassie, everyone talked about sustainability very naturally. It's like we were talking about costs and suppliers and investment. They talked about sustainability just like any other issue. How was it with you at BCP? As said, we already had practices that we didn't really publicize, and we didn't explore the dynamics of ESG. So what we did was we held several meetings and committees. A lot of people got involved so that we could create ideas within construction, because it is a very complex industry due to what I said, the raw materials that we have to acquire and avoid waste and sending it to waste piles and etc. We need a lot of people involved in that. So we had these practices, and through the weekly meetings or daily meetings that we held, sometimes at night, we would unite everyone, and the next week we would publicize the actions to be implemented. With the shower chairs that we developed, we also support other actions. We bring education to our employees. We provide them with the ESG culture. Our construction labor, they demand more care in terms of the information provided so that it is didactic to them. And it's been working. In the beginning, we saw a little bit of resistance, but that resistance fell, and now it's routine. You really have to introject that so that it becomes normal. And we're really happy with the result. What is ESG to me today? I'm here because of it. So as a businessman, we gain a different visibility. We work for French groups, large French groups, for example. And they are also within this ideal. The visibility that you gain promoting well-being, it's gratifying. And all I have to say is thank you, including you, for your support. I'm the one that should be saying thank you. A round of applause for Tom. When he talks, you can see his eyes shine. And you can see that teams that are involved that have less education, you can involve people with less education, more education, and make everyone aware. And as a group, these groups can assure the goals are met. We have the video here that shows when the companies were certified. These moments were incredible, and it's a great pleasure to be able to make these moments happen. Several companies participate the ESG certification program. We now have 30 certified programs. It has been 1 year since we implemented the program, so imagine how much this is growing and how much it will grow. BCP is beginning this process. Just like BCP that got its certification, we help this promote the certification to other companies, that it makes them want to participate. We're not talking about losing money. We're talking about gaining money, visibility, markets, and the companies that are listed and certified. If we look at this from a larger point of view, you will see all the influences that ESG has on everyone. And what we've seen is that the companies are finding it difficult to work in terms of prices, in just prices instead of prices and quality. And how are you going to show your competitive differential in the market? You have to be aware of new concepts and cultures, and sustainability and ESG are the themes of the moment. We have to understand that together we are stronger. Quer, which is French, Tom, who is Cearense but provides services for French companies. In France, there is an ESG regulation, and last week, the first proposition in Brazil was exposed to the market. So yes, we are talking about regulation. Now, Coming back here to our examples, let's see Ke here with a beautiful project with the Trairi artisans. And this is involving the population. Tell us a little bit about this project. I'm going to take a little bit of what Tom talked about. It really is a work that has to be developed by little to implement this culture in our employers. He talked about employers with a lower level of education, like those that work in the civil construction itself. They may have a certain resistance, but that is completely different today within KIT. We have over 130 employees who know about our engagement and see this daily. I have a team of 8 people, so there's 8 people taking care of 130. It's not easy, but I have marketing in my favor. And I knock door to door and I say, come on, we have to take care of our residue. We have to know the classification of this residue. We have to know where it's going. Do you know where your trash goes? Where the trash from the building goes? So this is a culture that you have to bring from home. ESG is that. I don't have to do ESG just in my company. It's my company, my house, and whenever else I go. Wherever else I go for leisure, it's a full chain, it's a network. So there are 8 people taking care of these 130. And talking about the project that Alcilea mentioned, it's a case that we have. We began with 50 artisans in Trairi with a art form that had been forgotten for more than 50 years. It was native from that location and had been forgotten. And we brought this back to life and reached a peak of 250 people out of 248 women and 2 men. And this project, it had an expansion that was so great, we had no idea it would become that big. We reached Milan, and that was extremely surprising for everyone because we thought, how are we going to reach that? How are we going to get there? And we had 12 pieces made for a fashion show. And everyone wanted more. They wanted to see more. They wanted to see other colors. So it was a great experience. The people involved, the artisans, were able to bring forward their entrepreneurship and to be that person that helps at home, helps their family. And this project today, it still exists. It's 4 years old, and we hope that it still exists for a long time. We go to all types of fairs that they invite us to, international ones as well. It has an association formed already. So we also developed that in those women because they were the ones that initiated the project. I would speak for ours. We don't have that project. That's not the only social project we have. We have others because we work in the surrounding communities. We have other projects installed. We have some in Trairi, Afonso Bezerra. Now next year in the first semester, we're going to implement a project in Ico. And there, they wanted to bring the same art form to the area because everyone is observing it. Everybody loves the project. And we have plenty of social projects to bring here for you. Congratulations, Silvia. Congratulations, Guerra Brasil. I truly love all of this. Notice that we went from environmental to social and generation of job opportunities, and that is being responsible. Okay, so the companies have obligations with their shareholders and investors, and they have to make profit. Nobody puts together a business to not make profit. We're talking about having their employees with their rights assured, and we're talking about doing something that goes beyond that to improve the environment, to decrease the impact that is caused. Every project causes impact. We cause impact from the time we wake up. We brush our teeth, and the water we use already impacts the earth. We have to do this in a quantitative way and with a business point of view, with competitive differential. And the differential is that's what's brought the differential to FIEC. We've become a benchmark for. We have left Ceará to mentor other federations in our country. So we structured a center. We ratified a certification body. And the body that certifies is Bioveres. The certification comes through this audit, a third-party audit, and that is very important to be mentioned because that's what the market sees. That's what the market values. When Tom mentions, look, I have partners that are talking about me, BCP, as a certified company in their reports. So what message is BCP giving? They're saying that the person that is providing them with services has environmental responsibility. So we have to look at this from the point of view of the market. As a teacher, I can't say that theory is not important. It is important. Climatic impacts, this event to talk about climate change, it's extremely necessary. But at the business table, we have to talk about business. We have to talk about competitive differentials. At Unifor, the university, we have to talk about career opportunities. We have to treat this agenda as an agenda that is pragmatic, that is executable, that has methodology, that sustainability reports have guidelines that needs to be followed, and this is a global agenda. It wasn't invented by FIEC. A while ago, we had Rodrigo from Exame talking about this agenda, and Exame is a reference in ESG. If you want content on ESG, look up Exame. And we talked about European taxonomy, and we also talked about Brazilian taxonomy. And what is the taxonomy per se? It's regulation. The ESG agenda is also moving towards regulation. And it's not that saving the world isn't important, but we need to save the world with financial resource. Without money, we can't even save ourselves. So imagine the world. We need to understand our impact, who I as a company hold a relationship with, and BCP has done that very well. We could talk about BCP the whole day. And we also need to engage communities. That's where my endeavor is. That's where I need to develop. The company cannot hire everyone. We need to understand what the culture of that location is. How can it be developed? How can I generate income through training? And these companies, okay, so we have 30 companies in our certification program, and that is nothing compared to the universe that we still will certify. And if we look at certification in a greater sense, it means we have 15,000 industries here in our state doing a lot, and they don't even know that the name of what they're doing is ESG. So we have great opportunities, business opportunities in the globalized world. I would like to, wrapping this up, we're going to open for Q&A. I would like to give the floor to my colleagues and say that FIEC Summit and all of the audience that is here in person and virtually is so thankful for getting to know just a little bit of CARE and BCP and their sustainable practices, and to always say that FIEC's doors are open to the public. Whatever we can answer, we will, and if we can't, we will seek someone that can. I would like to say thank you. I know you don't have much time, but you are always very solicit, and it's so great to see how involved they are with the theme. I'll let you give your last considerations. Thank you, first of all, for the opportunity. I would like to thank you. And it was great to be able to tell everyone that's watching, show that it's possible. And I'd like to say that we're available if you're interested in the theme. If you'd like to see how it works, how the ESG world works within a corporation, we're available for you. As you said, we're going to leave our contact details. And we're here for whatever you need to understand and for you to dive into the corporate structure of ESG. Thank you to everyone, and I'll see you next time. Thank you so much for the invitation. It's great to be here. Disseminating information if you're interested in learning about energy transition in a renewable energy company. I'm going to leave my contact details if you're curious. This energy is here to stay. It's a differential. It's not going to end. No way. It's going to grow even more. And it's very important to say this. And this energy, it doesn't bring the social impact or environmental impact where people who lack comprehension think that it happens. Before any installations, social environmental analysis are made. We need to know who the people there that are going to be impacted. We need to know who they are, what their remuneration is, and it's essential to say this to you. So be curious. Energy transition is here to stay. It's something really great, and once you get to know it and learn about it, it becomes even better. Thank you so much.
Once again, thank you. Energy transition, economic transition. We need to go through these so that we will have a more balanced planet and so that new generations will be able to enjoy that what we have today. Thank you, everyone. Round of applause for Saleya, Thomas, but hold on a sec because we have some questions for you. So, which of the letters of ESG in the Brazilian scenario are companies more involved with? Just write this here. It doesn't work. Let's go towards here. Kindly repeating the question, Saleya, Sylvian, Tom, which of the letters of ESG and the Brazilian scenario are companies more involved with? Which of these three letters? And which one needs a bit more maturation with Brazilian companies in your eyes? I'll say that I want both of you to put a practice in each pillar because I know that they were very well classified. ESG has a lot to grow still, but without a doubt is the form of governance because environment has directives, legislations that are very clear that must be followed. And from law upwards, the upgrade to do something beyond what law asks for, it's easier. Social, unfortunately, our social differences and our social issues brought forward very big challenges that must be changed, but the form of governance must be touched upon. We need to, as large companies, large managers, we need the high management, which is where Tom comes from. We need to have the absorption of culture, the high management of any and all companies, be it a private one or a government agency. So I'm gonna let Tom speak about which of the pillars that BCV is so strong on. So we try to be strong on every pillar. Actually, we're AAA, but keeping in mind Brazil, we have a hard time because we're talking about a very large country. So the culture from one place to another changes a lot. It's very distant sometimes. And we're talking about the biggest country in South America and the fifth largest country in the world. A lot of natural resources, but there is much to be done, as you said, in governance. I believe very much that from top down, it could be faster because biggest employers in the country are private initiatives as the government. So if they coming with this philosophy of installing things from the top down, not that it's impossible to do otherwise, but it's slower when we start to have incentives and some way for the government to support, make the ESG company to really stand out, to be differentiated. I believe that the chain must adapt. So it's a sort of osmosis process. One person says to do something, and it must be done. Do it. So I think it's easier and faster. But we try to, in every way, do as best as we can. This is what we've been trying to do. But what I see very distant is the size. The size really is. It's very big. And to administer this, to manage this on a countryside level, not on a state level, is hard. And in my opinion, governance, as you said, you make a decision, you follow that, do it, top down. But that's it. Yeah, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now to Sylvia. Go ahead. That's a very well made question. Actually, a bit difficult to answer because, well, we are a pillar. I have two more colleagues that work with me on, no, I'm an S and G. You could say S and G because coincidentally, SG in our company is formed by three people that their initiatives are E and S and G. So it's kind of funny that way. For me to speak about one of these pillars, which would be a bit more difficult, I'm going to speak about governance, because, well, this effect from top down effect, but we don't always have that top in our favor. We don't have that taxonomy that comes from France. For instance, here in Brazil, we don't have that. But SG, something that goes way back. The nomenclature is new, but this is old stuff, this environmental social governance in companies. So governance is a bit more delicate for us to be able to follow through, have this understanding, to be able to have this top-down effect, because not always is legislation favor in our favor, and legislation doesn't always arrive on time. So there's a number of companies that we haven't set up that still haven't managed to, but already have some ESG practice, but have not been certified. Sometimes they don't even know that FIEC exists to certify to with a bit of vitas. So how does this happen? So I'm gonna go towards G and governance. Right? My colleague is not here, but he must be seeing the transmission, watching, and tomorrow the company is gonna say, you spoke very well. It's governance. I'm with you. I agree. Ladies and gentlemen, Silvia, Renato Oliveira, Tamalanda, and also Leasena. Round of applause. Thank you for your presence. Good. Round of applause. Practical examples in the market. Very good to have you here with us. Thank you for your presence. And FIEC Summit 2023. Now, please, I ask you to return to your places. Continue with us in our program. We have two more panels. Please stay with us. We will immediately going to be speaking regarding a very interesting subject: application of hydrogen in vehicle fueling and generation of electrical energy. We have recent experiences for you that are curious and interested in this subject. I'm glad to ask the representative, the researcher of the Mauá Technology Institute. I ask Professor Dr. Clayton Barcelos Abeoico. Applause, please. Hello, once again, I'd like to the FIEC for the state of Ceará for the invitation of being here with you today. I'd like to thank Monica Panic, who facilitated us coming here in Ceará to speak a bit to you. I have here two challenges today. First challenge is to try to get on the same level as the great presentations that came before me. Second one is try to keep your spirits up another hour and a half that we're going to need for this in the next presentation that Mawa has developed in the hydrogen sector. I'm going to move so that our colleagues can watch. My name is Clayton Sabel. I'm a researcher from the Mawa Institute of Technology. And before I speak about the hydrogen activities, I'm going to brief you. What's wrong? Something wrong? No, go ahead. Mawa Institute of Technology. And as we were shown just now, we are a non-profit organization aimed towards education and research. We've been working for 60 years, training researchers and engineers, and we have a research center associated to universities. And that our dean always says our research center is a university hospital as engineering school is for medicine school. It's where the students develop their activities in Mawa. How do we relate to society, everybody? You have two strong fronts. On the academic front, we make it so that our students develop their academic activities and of coursework, applied research, technological initiatives that most of the time they happen in an open environment. They are public activities, so they can publish their work. They can develop in an open manner, and when a few specific projects require confidentiality on a shorter time frame, an agenda that is a bit more tight, and more towards an entrepreneur point of view. It's a hiring of a service where the research center puts together teachers and specialists in the sector, students that are directly involved in this activity, and develop research practices and application service. And in this line, we have confidentiality criteria that are much more well limited because we're dealing with company knowledge. So this is something that MAWA has done in the past 60 years. It's a differential of ours. As Guru Level 3 said, there's a number of activities, sensor analysis, communications mechanics, automotive sector. We are more aligned with this here, energy sector, pavement membranes. We're the first lab in Brazil certified, which says geosynthetic membranes. We're talking about waste that must be placed into landfills. Neurosynthetic membranes are very important today. And we have certification in several lines, ANP. We have recognition of 1725 ordinance. So as I said, we're the only lab in Brazil that is certified for geosynthetic membranes. So we have this, let's say, as my colleague said recently, of a more elevated TRL. We don't work so much with fundamental research. Generally, it's public universities that do this. We work a lot more closely to the company itself. TRLs that are higher, 7, 8, 9. So every research group in Mawa has a research leader. I'm the research leader in motor vehicles and energy. And several other researchers, renewables, materials. As I said, they go after more specific subject matters. As I said, we're producing another slide. All of our partners and clients today, they already are clients and partners, so we have a very dedicated area to deal with in partnership from industries in the private sector in a very serious manner, in a very strong manner. So, a few projects that don't necessarily involve hydrogen, but we're dealing with today. I brought you 3 or 4 to show in which areas Mawa is involved in. Today, we are involved with the giant telescope Magalhães. This involves astronomy, geophysics, USP. project in several universities in the world to put up a telescope in Chile. And we have a number of activities from the positioning of the mirrors, control. There's several researchers in Mauá that work in this project, and it's a pretty big one. So we also have a retrofitting project, nuclear fusion reactor project. So we have ITA, Poly, IPAIN, FATEC. There are a group of universities that are together to be able to develop research R&D projects that are quite aggressive here. Regarding our side of automotives, we deal with several projects. On 2030, the Vice President Hawkman said one of the was responsible for going with these federal programs which incentivize the production chain of Brazil. This is a project, just to say, that investigates the use of ethanol. All the cars today, most of the cars created in Brazil are flex. They can work with ethanol or gas. We discovered this in a research project that, depending on the origin, Brazil they can have an impact, not too desirable one. So the USP UPT trying to understand what are the origin of these deposits. This fuel must be developed in the future. And the same line of thought, the use of renewable fuels, which is one of the ways that Brazil has used to decarbonize the transportation sector. A colleague recently just showed the transportation sector in Brazil, other than the agricultural side and the use of solar, is the most noticeable creator of greenhouse gases. This is also projecting a high injection pressure. We're talking about injection pressure of 1,000 bars, 1,000 atmospheres. First engine in the world that is running with this technology. We developed it here in Brazil, jointly with Stellantis, Marelli, General Motors, ITA, Santa Maria, Unicamp. Every university is working, budgeting to develop their best work. As our other colleague said, collaboration is key. We must work collaboratively. Everybody working with their expertise. You don't have to reinvent the wheel every time. Why is that? Well, we're in a seminar with a summit of hydrogen. Why are we here? Because we're suffering with this. We're suffering more and more from climate change generated by a global warming. 2016, 2020 were the hottest years registered by humanity. Likely a few hotter a few million years ago, but since we managed to register things, temperature, we had the hottest years. And we are suffering with this if we look at a spectrum of 200 years or so, since under 140, 150, we've gone up 4 degrees Fahrenheit, at least 2 degrees Celsius on a worldwide temperature scale. And we don't do anything about this. Well, our 1.5 degree target will not be reached. Maybe we'll go past this to 1.5 degree. The Paris COP was trying to limit. So we have to do our part. We have to do our homework to try to diminish, or at least not let it extrapolate so much. Example that I like a lot to give to my students. They can enter the NASA website. There, the laboratory in the middle of the Pacific. It measures the concentration of CO2. It's going up. There's nothing there. It's the middle of the Pacific. CO2 is going up there as well. It's a global effect. Well, knowing that we are migrating towards a context where fuels or energy vectors will have lower carbon footprints, here in Brazil, as several of our friends said, we have several sources, several renewable sources of energy, photovoltaic, wind energy, hydrogen. I don't know if you know, but Brazil today is already in the transportation sector. We know that in electrical energy, we are already first in the world in renewable energy. And the transportation sector, we're number 1 as well. Every liter of fuel that you put in your car, if it's a gas-powered car, there's 27% ethanol, which is renewable. If the car runs on ethanol, is 100% renewable energy. Every liter of diesel that a truck uses for transportation has 2% biodiesel. So if we add all that up, by far, you have leadership when it comes to fuel renewability. Sorry. But we have some sides that are specific to us. We have our regional, social, and economic aspects that must be kept in mind. This forum today has discussed this quite a bit. What is the vocation that Ceará has for the northeast of the country has when it comes to making use of wind, photovoltaic energy, and converting this into a new energy vector that could be adequately used? When it comes to mobility, the whole world, large part of the world is showing that the path is electric cars. Why? Because the emission of local pollutants, the emissions that leaves the mufflers of the car is zero. There's no CO2 here, but it's important to know where the energy we're going to put in comes from. It's going to be a fuel cell electric vehicle, will have hydrogen in it. It's going to be a battery electric vehicle. It's going to be charged by batteries. But the trend is moving in this direction. Nobody disagrees on that. Some places it's going to be faster, others slower, but that's the direction we're heading on. Industry is moving in that direction. Large auto companies are moving there. But here in Brazil, we already have a large amount of experience. We have a factory installed. We have qualified labor there. We have a number of suppliers that are already here. So the idea here is, okay, how do we put this together? How do we take a worldwide trend? How do we adapt it? How do we appropriate this worldwide trend to our local sector? I'm going to give you an example that we try to show, which is the project of a microgenerator, this distributed microgenerator, which is using a electric vehicle, but this vehicle will be charged through a fuel cell generated by the hydrogen from ethanol reformers. So we have a catalyst, vapor catalyst, ethanol base. I supply this with ethanol. So this hydrogen creates electrical energy, and when I want to charge the electric car, I charge it. When I don't want to, I put this energy back where? Towards the grid. So traditionally, how does a vehicle that uses a fuel cell? It can use a proton exchange membrane. That's the most common thing. The car that Mauro will bring in tomorrow, the Baja fuel cell, uses this tech. It has the advantage of working on low temps, working, as John said, 30, 50, 60 on the heavier loads, 100, 110, 120 degrees Celsius. It's very appropriate for green hydrogen, very high purity hydrogen created from electrolysis. But on the other hand, it has the disadvantage of needing a ready hydrogen distribution network. I need to have hydrogen available. If you want to accelerate this transition process, or we don't have an available hydrogen network, the idea would be use another technology, which is the solid oxide fuel cell, where that would allow us to reform other fuels to be able to generate hydrogen. And this hydrogen would activate the batteries of an electrical vehicle. That's what we used here. We used the comps of the solid oxide fuel cell in this project here, starting from the reform of ethanol. I reform the ethanol, I generate hydrogen, generate electricity, and electricity charges the car battery. So that was the idea of this project that we worked on. So this project is from as Equatorial Energy as a sponsor, Diamond, VL, these companies. Once again, collaboration. They work to convert which would be a traditional charging of a battery-powered vehicle. Now we have a bidirectional charger, and this charger powers the plug to the electric car's battery or through the fuel cell. I charge the car battery, and if the car battery is filled, the excess energy goes back to the grid. So I have the concept of distributed microgenerators. This can be in several places. maybe towards the concept of smart city or smart grid, and the excess energy, sorry, I map this out within the car, and the excess energy, I sell it to the grid. So the idea is that we developed a app that can analyze how much energy goes back to the grid. And it was, of course, monetized, so of course you can get something out of this. But the advantage here is not just this. A fuel cell will be working at an optimal level. I don't need to turn it on and off. The cell is continuously generating power, which is a very critical issue for a solid oxide fuel cell. And this is the project developed with a car or the bidirectional charger. Just so you understand a bit about how this part of the cell works, which is the interesting part here. How does this black box work? I have the solid oxide cell, which works at elevated temps, 700, 800 degrees. That's an issue to make it placeable within a vehicle. Instead of using high purity hydrogen, I use a catalytic reformer where I put ethanol in. I place water into 400, 600 degrees. I convert this ethanol into hydrogen. But what will generate these degrees of temperature? So the exit of the solid oxide fuel cell, I warm up my reformer. I provide the catalytic reform. I reuse the thermal energy at the temp from the muffler is about 60 degrees Celsius. With that, I make this system thermically, electrochemically interesting. It's a challenge. I'm not saying that it's ready, but that's a concept. And this was onboarded. Solid oxide fuel cell is here, and the reformer is down here. Clayton, what is the power output of this? We're talking about an output, a final output, after going through the electronic part, 5 kilowatts. Oh, that's too low. Oh, that's too low. 5 kilowatts too low. My car has 30, 40, 70 kilowatts. Well, one car, a small car, consumes on average, a number cycle, 3.8 kilowatts. So, in terms of maintaining average energy, will be more than enough. I mean, sure, I need to have a bit of a charge on the car. It's an electrical battery-based car to be able to go get past the peaks and the lows. As I said before, efficiency. An internal combustion engine that is most efficient from an optimum point of view work with 30, 35%, 38% efficiency. This thing here, we're talking about 45, 46% to put back energy into the power grid. The raw efficiency will be about 50, 58%. So we win on this aspect as well. Okay, is everything done? Nope. We started working on this test in Mawa. Our idea is to run with Brazilian ethanol, commercial ethanol. Started to get a huge amount of unexpected issues, several contaminants that could have an issue for the cell. Why does this happen? Well, because our process for producing ethanol has a number of chemical processes, a number of chemical products that go from the treatment of the lubricant to the polymer to avoiding the formation of foam that end up in the ethanol, and then they go to the fuel cell, and then they go to a reformer. So we gotta work through this. If you wanna make this happen, we're gonna have to understand this better, and have to be able to solve this. And it's not solved. So next few stages would be to better understand the contaminants in Brazilian ethanol. Just so you know, most of the labs that are working with catalytic reform, they use ethanol with a purity at 99.9%, and that's not what is going to be used in practice. We need to understand a bit about how these carbon-hydrogen relations, how much of water, vapor, how much ethanol I put in to balance this out a bit better. And also, we need to try to optimize the packaging in case we want to apply this to a vehicle, because you can see that the vehicle, the size, it's not very viable to put this into a small vehicle, but for instance, into a small load vehicle, a a transportation vehicle that does not stop. It supplies goods to a city the whole time. Maybe it can package it. It doesn't stop anyway. So next stage, we try to diminish the size of this package to be able to make it onboardable. That's very important. If somebody in the world has to do this, we're gonna do it here because this is the only country where we have this plurality of sources, and ethanol is one of them. It's the only place that has an economic interest in making this happen. That's here, Brazil. Well, we have 8 more minutes, so I'll use a 3 or 4 here. Another project being developed in the NEL environment as the thermoelectric plants like Tivicalia and executives, which are Mawan and Kair, are to use hydrogen in large-sized thermoelectric plants. This is a thermoelectric plant in Espírito Santo, which has 8 engines for 12,000 horsepower, about 160 megawatts in power. Clayton, we don't use this anymore. Heavy oil is no longer being used in Brazil. I just got information during lunch that every single thermoelectric plant, oil-powered one, is turned on today because the consumption peak due to the heat is so high that OMS had to activate all the electric plants. So it's being used during these peaks when the energy demand, where the intermittent fact, the intermittence of the wind power and solar power demands it. So the energy policies in Brazil 2 years ago, they defined will prioritize hydrogen resource and technology for generating sustainable thermoelectric plants. So this is moving towards a few of these goals. How? Brazil today has some 5 to 7 gigawatts of installed power based on diesel oil engines and heavy oil. So this will be the commission between 2025 and 2026. These thermal plants will not be used anymore. So what do? We're a country that does not have such values, such amount of money for investment, to the point we can throw away a setup like this. So the idea for the project would be to convert these diesel oil, heavy oil power plants initially towards natural gas. No innovations there for now. But innovation is to mix up hydrogen here. Try to put a little bit of hydrogen into these large power plants until we can manage to have them have thermal plants, for instance, that are 100% hydrogen powered. So the idea is that we will have one of these generators, 12,000 horsepower. The piston is like this big. So you have an idea. Your car's piston is this size. We're going to have a number of simulations, 1D and 3D, so we can understand how we'll be able to add hydrogen to this engine. And the big idea here would be that these engines, they have the main fuel coming in through a line and a secondary fuel coming through a secondary fuel line. We're talking about 95 to 98% energy through here and 1% energy over there. And I want to mix up hydrogen there. So small percentage doesn't need to be an electrolyzer next to the thermal plant. They just have a little bit. This works as an additive, will improve ignition. Having done that, I can have better ignitability, reduce ignition energy. It will be more efficient, and eventually, I can just work with an engine converted to gas with hydrogen. How does this work today? Already coming up with the components. We're having simulations. We're having an idea of the natural gas. So this is a size of the damaged part for sensor adaptation transducers, how we will put in the hydrogen, and now we will start after the simulation to come up with the sizes for the pre-chamber and the components and do the test of the thermal plant probably in a year. And we will measure the efficiency. Well, I try to be fast so we can fit in the time. Thanks for your attention. I am available for questions. Thank you so much, Professor Clayton. One question. Very cool question here. How do you assess the efficiency of incentive programs towards the diversification of the energy matrix, a vehicles network. Well, the national program 2030 program, which was created as a following of Neuroval, has sought this out. It's trying to incentivize not just the auto companies, but first chain tier one suppliers to develop technologies here in the country that once again are related to our vocation so that we can increase the efficiency of vehicles, better use our energy vectors, to train our workforce because that's very important. We lose a lot of people. Engineers in Brazil start to leave Brazil and try to look for work outside Brazil. So the idea for this project is to try to try to train folks and keep them here in Brazil. I don't know if that answers it, but that's it. You answered it, and you answered well. Thank you, Dr. Clayton Marcelo Zabeo, researcher of Instituto Mauá of Technology. Thank you for your presentation. Very good presentation, high level one. Thank you. You really honored us with your presence here in FIEC Summit 2023. Everybody okay? Everybody okay so far? Okay, you liking this so far? High level stuff, right? So, last presentation. All right. I ask you to remain with us. We'll now be speaking about strategy and better practices, social environmental practices for Fortescue. Everybody's heard about Fortescue here, right? Who has heard about Fortescue here? Raise your hand. For about it. The Fortescue was the first company to sign the pre-contract for the green hydrogen hub. That's why I'm here with the Director of Environmental Matters of Latin America, Fortescue. Jean Paola Siniglio, welcome, my friend. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Just 30 seconds here, just because of a technical issue. Okay, good afternoon. And thank you for your patience and for being here during the last presentation of the day. I'm going to talk a little bit about Fortescue and our experience, one that is happening exactly right now and began a year and a half ago and is now culminating in its final process, which are the social environmental practices and the obtention of a previous licensing for our hydrogen plant. First of all, just to contextualize, Fortescue is comprised of 4 large companies, a sole family, and shared values. So we have a foundation that's named Minder Who, which is Australian and spread across the world and focuses on 3 items: ocean protection, equity, and gender, and vulnerable communities. So Minder Hugh's main focus are those 3. We have Fortescue Minerais, us, Fortescue Energy, who are working here in Brazil with hydrogen, and Tatarank, which is a private fund from the owners of Fortescue that works with agriculture, real estate. So we have 4 companies focused on one single value, a shared value that I'm going to talk about ahead. And it's very important because it is the basis of the social and environmental structure of the company. Just really quickly, this is a slide that we use institutionally to present the structure, Fortescue's structure around the world. It's a brand new company. It's only 20 years old, and we have just celebrated 20 years of existing. And I don't have a pointer here, but I'd like to focus on the bottom, the, the bottom left information. Fortescue is strongly recognized for its values, for its culture, and the innovation associated. but introducing social and environmental structures into the structure of its assets. So Fortescue's basis is to work within social and environmental contexts. That comes from its origin in Australia that works with traditional Australian communities, and this was brought into all of Fortescue's projects around the world. Here at the summit, you heard the quick presentation that was made over there in the main auditorium. We're leading hydrogen mining, and we are helping in the energy transition. So our intention is to transition to green energy, green hydrogen, and to structured metals. It's originally a mining company, so we want to transition to minerals that help in this energy transition. And why am I coming back to values? These are the values. There are 10 of them, a lot for a single company. But these 7 out of the 10 values, they are unique. And they form the basis for us to address the social and environmental issue. The social and environmental theme in Fortescue is part of the business's DNA. So all of our projects, they include a social and environmental variable, and that's what we're going to talk about a little bit. I'm going to share how we structured the social and environmental elements within our conceptual project. A little bit about the development, just so you can, it's a giant endeavor. We have a hydrogen plant that is being built, and to do that, we need a desalting plant. We need a transmission line. We need an electrolysis plant where we are going to separate the hydrogen. We need storage and compression. We're going to take on this approach. And the service corridor that is going to take all of this material that is produced to the market. This is a photo. If you participated in the first presentation earlier today, Carlos Alberto showed a photo that looks very much like this one. And we have here the elements. I don't have a pointer, but this is the hydrogen plant. This is where the hydrolysis is going to happen. But we bring the water through here, through desalting. It will then be broken down with the energy that comes from here. We're going to have energy from pissing through transmission lines. So we have the inputs. Once they reach us, we mix it with nitrogen. We have the service corridor, and then it moves forward to the port. So basically that's the structure of our project. And it's important to understand because the complexity of this project, of the pieces that make it up, and how we have structured everything for licensing is important. Moving forward, we have already talked about the values. We've already been able to see what the actual project looks like. Now we're going to talk about time span. Where are we? We're right here, right now. So we have been working for 1.5 years towards licensing. We're at the initial analysis of our project. We have been through the public hearing, the evaluation of our AIA, and we have a schedule for tomorrow, a COEMA meeting, where they are going to vote on the licensing of our project. So this is going to be the culmination. it's going to end the first phase of our project, which is licensing. So now I'm going to slow down a little bit so we can talk about the challenges and what we've learned until this point in this 1.5 year long process regarding our prior licensing. I selected 3 main challenges. Challenges, and it's part of the process, but we understand them as challenges, which are these 3 elements. The social and environmental approach to the new technology of the Fortescue project. This was mentioned a few times. Hydrogen is a well-known technology, but green hydrogen is complex and has specific needs. And how we approach this theme and the internal stakeholder management and their synergies, we have several challenges within our company and of any company really. Each person has diverse interests. We're moving towards the same goal, but the interests, they differ. When we talk to the engineering sector, they have a certain speed and a certain goal. When you talk to environmental, the goal is the same, to build the plant, but the rhythms and needs, they differ. So how do we work with all of these needs? I always say that we need to plant a seed, that social environmental has to be part of the process from the beginning. So I have here with me are one of my engineers, and he gave me this smile of endorsement that what I'm saying is true. And people from the environmental sector have to be strategic at some times, and they have to be able to insert these themes in another, to be incisive. We have to guarantee the synergies and that the elements are included in the processes of the company. And another element that we understood as extremely challenging, and that is always challenging, is the communication process with outside stakeholders, external stakeholders. We have a huge number of institutions with which we need to converse, and we have to have an assertive conversation with each of them. When I talk to the community, with the bank, with an NGO, for example. So these were the 3 elements that we understand are the most challenging to us. And let's move forward. I'd like to apologize for not having slides that detail what I'm saying. I'm sorry. I received information that the presentation would only be 15 minutes long, so I devised something very short. Since they gave me another 15 minutes, we don't have slides, but we can talk. How did we address these 3 challenges? Regarding new technology and stakeholder management, I have a slide here that summarizes all of the elements that we have addressed and are addressing and will continue to address. Because this technology is new, first of all, internally, we have a multidisciplinary team. You're probably thinking, oh, but any company has that. They have engineering, they have finances, they have social, environmental. But our team is a multidisciplinary and complex team. We have professionals, very well trained and competent professionals, and that work in a structured way internally in practically all meetings. So we always have meetings with every single one of these departments so that everyone gets to know the information correctly. So what we perceive and are able to notice that the formation and the flow of this information with several different people and several departments in the same meeting promotes a better absorption of this information. And we see the need of having policies and implementing these values, especially social and environmental policies in engineering, in finance, in tax, in legal, so we are able to better permeate in these diverse departments. And another element that we sought to strengthen the understanding of this new technology is to have engineering companies that are international and that have experience in different projects that are undergoing study to bring this technology to Brazil and to adjust to them. And we also paired up with an local environmental consultancy. And that is how we brought the expertise of the project's conception, the conceptual project that was developed a year and a half ago, the international company, and the expertise of the local social and environmental company were able to do this together, technology and local knowledge. And that brought robustness to our studies in terms of multiple knowledge. Together with that, we also sought the support from local universities, where we contracted and hired a social and territorial dynamic project with the Federal University of Ceará, exactly because we wanted to understand the social and economic and territorial context. And with that information, we were able to obtain a photograph of the universe where we will be working during the next years to come. So these integrated teams and this rationale of bringing together the different departments and subjects together with the three elements that comprise the internal team, a consultancy that has technical knowledge in engineering and conceiving projects, and the local knowledge through the consultancy and the university, all of this allowed us to have a very good view and access to information for what we need to provide social dialogue and communication. So with this structure, we were able to manage the two first challenges, which were technology and our internal stakeholders. And now the communication that we developed with our stakeholders, with our colleagues and interested parties. This slide summarizes the engagement that was built with the communities and the institutions of Ceará and of other locations, so that we could build and structure our communication plan. Imagine a timeline Where the public hearing was our target. It was our main communication as a part of the licensing process. So we had a commitment of showing to our interested parties how our project was being structured and to clearly explain our project. Okay, so we have the public hearing right here. It happened in August. In May or June, let's move back a little bit in the timeline. In May, end of May, beginning of June, we already had all of these studies that I mentioned, the university, the AAHIMA, all of this information that came from the teams that were the multidisciplinary teams that were involved. How chic. I think it's a privilege. It must be a privilege specifically for the last speaker. Thank you so much. So here's the timeline. We move back a few months. In May, our AAHIMA is ready, and the study that we obtained together with the university that diagnosed the social and territory context. Remember our values, the internal policies. Those were all imbued in these studies. So we reviewed all of this material and prepared everything to structure a shareholder matrix. So we had the information, we structured the shareholder matrix, and we held a first round of conversation, social dialogue conversations. We went to the communities, we went to the institutions, we went to the government, we talked to a few NGOs, and we collected. First, we presented our project. We talked about the impacts or potential impacts. And from these meetings, we came back with a set of information that was important to feed our stakeholder matrix and our social environmental impact matrix. More social than environmental. With this information, we reevaluated, we prioritized our main interested parties, and once again, we directed this towards them. So we held a first conversation in July. We studied and collected this information. We studied everything we had. The results of these conversations were taken into consideration. We sought to answer these dilemmas, not really dilemmas, but the information that we collected, and we structured a new set of conversation with a few answers and a better understanding of our communities and institutions. And we reorganized everything. We separated everything into social conversations and institutional conversations. We presented the project, how we were going to work. We went to the communities that were directly within our area of influence and indirectly in the area of influence. We went to native communities, and we also tried to become closer with them and to understand their anxieties and those of our stakeholders as well. And with that, we had the opportunity to hold a social dialogue that was very important. And we openly explained about our project, and we showed the impacts and what we have planned to mitigate those impacts and to work together, to build together the plans that will mitigate these impacts. So this took place a little bit before our main communication, which was the public hearing. We had the public hearing. It was very well accepted by the communities and by the institutions. This culminated in talking to almost 900 people. All of this was recorded. We had 24 meetings in the second round of conversations. 12 institutions, important institutions to our project, were involved so that we could build around the information being collected. And with that, we held the public hearing. It was finalized, accepted by the environmental body. In parallel, the SEMASI team also studied our project in terms of the technical aspect. We had held several meetings to explain the technical part and the project and the details. And that was also technically assessed. And after the public hearing, which was very well successful, came our third set of social dialogues, which was the feedback. It was returning to the main communities and institutions, presenting, first of all, thanking for their participation in the public hearing, but also sharing the results of this public hearing and the next steps that are going to be taken to continue the project so that we can build the plans that will come after the approval of our project. Because in the prior licensing, we first approved our conceptual project, and the next step is structuring the social and environmental steps that will mitigate and build the mitigation steps for this project. So that was the path of the work held and the methodology that was applied. All of this information is recorded in the stakeholder matrix system, also the internal risk matrix system. And in the records of social communication that we hold. So this is something that we need to follow up on so that we can work on this information and develop a concept of the anxieties and questions that need to be discussed in order to mitigate our social impacts. So that's a little bit about the methodology that was used and the results, engaging and listening to the communities and the institutions with which we have this this connection that is so important. So that was our strategy, so to speak. There's a lot of information in the documents that we have, and we continue to study this information to improve our management, our communication and management for our stakeholders. And this was sort of the photograph that I wanted to present to you, the still shot. And I have 2 minutes and 40 seconds to listen to you. I don't want to go over the time. That was what I had to say here at that's what I had to say about our connection with Ceará regarding the construction of our green hydrogen plant. And I'm here available for any questions you may have. Thank you so much for your patience. There's the onus and the bonus of being the last presenter, but thank you for your participation. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your presentation. Due to our time, we are ending our panel. If you're interested in asking any questions, I can answer here on the side. I'll be available. Thank you so much. Before we conclude, a fast reminder. We're ending the first day of activities. Jean Paola, please. FIEC Summit 2023 is bringing great discussions about the use, transport, and technologies of green hydrogen as a reality when we talk about clean and renewable energy. FIEC and ACNI thank the presence of all of you here at the Centro de Eventos of Fortaleza. If you're watching online in the Virtuali platform on the YouTube channel of FIEC, we would like to inform to all of those present that tomorrow, Thursday at 9 a.m. sharp, we will be beginning a new day with new panels that will bring together national and international names and, of course, focused on green hydrogen. Have a great night. Have a great night, and thank you.